Philippine flag along with the other countries, we had a sense of pride and we wanted to show the world, the global stage, that our idea will really help students.
And our advice to future students participating in this would be to tackle a small issue in your community, something that is feasible, something that you can solve yourself, than attempting to do something that's too grand or too big.
My advice to the next generation is to understand the world around you, to detect the problem that you think is the most closely related to you,
Okay, we're recording
pushing
right now.
you the most.
Good morning, everyone. Today our group will present our project about detecting forest fires using a low-cost satellite system. Our project name is Lazy Asteroids, and we are ID1. The members of our group are me, Uncho, Taeho, Daehyun, and Seunggi. Forest fires are becoming more frequent and more dangerous because of climate change. These fires damage forests, kill wildlife, destroy homes, and harm people's health because of smoke and pollution. The problem is that many forest fires are not detected early. By the time people notice them, the fire is already large and difficult to control. So our project focuses on finding a faster and cheaper way to detect forest fires early, before they become huge disasters. Today we will explain the problem, our idea, how it works, and why is it useful for the future.
Second,
home to over 100 active volcanoes and nearly 28,000 peaks. Every year, over 1 million hikers venture onto these summits, with Central Java alone attracting hundreds of thousands of adventure seekers to iconic trails like Mount Merbabu and Slamet. This activity proves that hiking has transitioned from a hobby.
Hi, my name is Carl D, and my daughters are Catrice and Gianna, and this is our Go Global experience. In school, they focus on academics. So during summer, I tried to find programs that builds their independence. Anything outside of the school to develop the street smart and the self and godly confidence. My criteria for looking for a summer program is something that is not offered in the traditional school. Something that encourages the kids to think outside the box, ask questions, just deep dive into asking why is this happening? I just try to research, and the Global Citizen came up. And when I saw the program, they seemed to be very knowledgeable in what they do. And I think the first program we joined was in Singapore. So it was a safe country, making my family more comfortable to send our kids to the program. There's some worry at first, of course, because you're sending your kids off, diba? Parang, what if they don't come back and something happened to them? Good thing that the group handled it very well, and they assured me of the program. The kids are very happy with the experience. They've grown, they've matured. It was really worth it. So they traveled alone. Very interesting experience. They stayed, I think, in NUS. They went to museums, the recycling of Singapore, the trash management of Singapore. And I think that really built up their confidence. Hi, my name is Carl D, and my daughters are Catrice and Gianna, and this is our Go Global experience. In school, they focus on academics. So during summer, I tried to find programs that builds their independence. Anything outside of the school to develop the street smart and the self and godly confidence. My criteria for looking for a summer program is something that is not offered in the traditional school. Something that encourages the kids to think outside the box, ask questions, just deep dive into asking why is this happening. I just tried to research and the Global Citizen came up. And when I saw the program, they seemed to be very knowledgeable in what they do. And I think the first program we joined was in Singapore. So it was a safe country, making my family more comfortable to send our kids to the program. There's some worry at first, of course, because you're sending your kids off, diba? Parang, what if they don't come back and something happened to them? Good thing that the group handled it very well, and they assured me of the program. The kids are very happy with the experience. They've grown, they've matured. It was really worth it. So they traveled alone. Very interesting experience. They stayed, I think, in NUS. They went to museums, the recycling of Singapore, the trash management of Singapore. And I think that really built up their confidence. They are able to analyze situations better. They have a lot of programs wherein learning was easier than just academics and books. My daughters became more responsible with their travel, with their schedule, with their timelines.
Before I start, I'm going to ask you guys a question. Very simple question.
How did I feel about the two of them? Definitely a proud dad. I'm very proud that they survived it. They came home more mature, stronger. You see their confidence. So sending them for a 1 week or 2 week program helps them transition to eventually go into university outside the Philippines. This is Carl D. Co-parents, if you are watching this, it's gonna be really worth it. The learning that your child will get at this stage in life, they will be able to use it for the next 20, 30, 40 years of their life. So I encourage you, if you are seeing this video, please, I encourage you to sign up.
Aku Erlin, aku dari Surabaya, mama dari Michael Cleverly, ikuti program AI Entrepreneurship Quality Program dari Global Citizen. Saya memilih program dari AI Global Citizen ini, soalnya saya merasa sekarang kan banyak yang berhubungan tentang AI. Jadi saya susah ya nemu yang ada program ini.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, distinguished guests, parents, and participants. Welcome to Ascend 2026 Cross-Regional Finale here at Jakarta, Indonesia. I'm Ryan. You might know me from the Discord channel, from the boot camps. I'm here in person. I'm very good to see all of you bright, passionate, brilliant innovators and inventors coming here and taking a look at all of your projects that you've worked so hard for over the past 2 months. So good to see you guys here today. Ascend 2026 is a cross-regional event. So this event is streamed live on YouTube. So our counterparts in our sister region in Vietnam also can watch this event live at their respective places. Ascend is actually an acronym, if you don't know already. It stands for Aero Satellite it's the Aero Satellite Challenge for empowering next generation developers, hence ASCEND. Okay, I don't get a lot of response, but that's good enough. It's actually an extended arm from ASLC, which is the Aero Satellite Launch Competition held annually in Kazakhstan every single year. So what we wanted to bring with Ascend was the space tech and future tech opportunities here to Southeast Asia, starting first with Indonesia and our counterparts over in Vietnam as well. Now, teams, let's talk about stakes here. Teams are fighting for a top spot to represent this region, Indonesia, for the international finals in Astana, Kazakhstan, where they will take part in the ASLC in International Space Day 2026 on April 12th. This will be a very prestigious moment, and we wish the best of luck to all of the participants here and, of course, our finalists. We wanted to create a opportunity for students where we combine mission thinking, design, engineering, and entrepreneurship into real-world problems and space-enabled solutions. So today is all about celebrating the teams who made it through the program, all of you, regardless of whether or not you made it through to the finalists or made it through as a champion. And I'm incredibly proud and happy to share the success of Ascend 2026 as a whole. We have an astounding 200 members strong in our Discord community, and we're still building it for future space tech programs to come in the coming years. And participants across 2 regions and 4 global partners in space tech. Now, before we start the event proper, it's a long day today. I want to run down the schedule so you don't miss a thing. So if we take a look at the schedule right here, we'll start off with the booth setups and check-ins, which all of you will already be doing. For the Indo side, we have a Creative Exhibitor Award, so do take that time to set up your booth in a spectacular way, because we will be choosing an additional winner for the Creative Exhibitor Award. Then we'll be starting off with an opening ceremony with speeches from 2 very important persons involved in the creation of this program, an announcement of the top 5 teams in Indonesia, which is what you guys are here for. We'll then take a short break and head over to Vietnam. We'll be watching the stream live for their own presentations for a top 3, and coming back into Indonesia for our Alliance champions or Alliance finalists. We'll be wrapping everything up with a panel discussion from our VIP, and then closing everything down and releasing the names of the champions who have made it. Now, before we start this proper, I want to give a huge shout out to all our sponsors for making this possible. Ascend is organized by the Global Citizen Education Group, Eureka STEM Academy, organizing partner, Aero from Kazakhstan, Technical Education Alliance partner, SpacePoint UAE, and Coding Next Indonesia, supported by the Office of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Darren, the Republican Scientific and Practical Center for the Ministry of Education, and the Science of Republic of Kazakhstan. It's a very long explanation. Astana Darini, I don't think I'm saying that right, Center for Identification and Support, and sponsored by Energo University of Kazakhstan, one of the largest universities in Central Asia, and Phoenicia School in Vietnam. Now, to kick things off, I'd like to invite a very important person who has been in charge of the creation of this program, seeing it from start to end as well. Without further ado, to officially open Ascend 2026 Indonesia finale, we'll have the CEO of the Global Citizen Education Group to deliver his opening speech. Mr. Jared Yo, stage is yours.
All right, hi, good morning everyone. Selamat pagi. And thank you so much for joining us here this morning here at Mercure BSD and at school. What is some technical issues there. Okay, so it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the first grand finale of the Ascend, Aero Satellite Challenge for empowering the next generation of developers. So Ascend is more than a competition. It's a platform for imagination, innovation, and possibility. Over the past several weeks, we have had students from both Indonesia and Vietnam engaging in a series of boot camps to really sort of learn the technicalities of the satellite and the CubeSat, and at the same time also learning about design thinking and how they can put these knowledge that they have into good use and to resolve global issues using the technicalities of the satellite CubeSat that they have learned. So what we hope this competition does is to represent a future where young people are not just learning about technology, they're building it, shaping it, and using it to solve real problems for our world. Today, we're living in a world with great uncertainty, from climate change to natural disasters to rapid technological disruption and shifting global dynamics. The challenges that we face are becoming increasingly complex. In such a world, the skills we cultivate in young people's matter more than ever. The ability to think critically, collaborate across disciplines, innovate creatively, and design solutions that can address real-world challenges. So across Southeast Asia, we're also seeing an increasing momentum in STEM education. In Indonesia, a young and dynamic population is driving growing interest in STEM and aerospace innovation. In Vietnam, we are witnessing a vibrant and rapidly developing ecosystem of students exploring robotics, artificial intelligence, and engineering. Together, these developments remind us that the future of innovation will increasingly be shaped by the talent and creativity of young people across our region. So that's why we put together Ascend with our partners, so that we hope to bring together STEM education, design thinking, and entrepreneurship. Because innovation happens when curious minds collaborate, experiment, and turn ideas into solutions. So today's grand finale is a celebration of that spirit. Over the past months, our students have demonstrated remarkable creativity, dedication, and ingenuity. And today, we have the privilege of witnessing the outstanding ideas that have emerged from this journey. So all the best to all the teams who I know you're very nervous and want me to end this speech as soon as possible so you find out the results. But all the best to the top 5 finalists who will be presenting today. And I think we're seeing excellent work in the books as well. So today, we have the privilege of witnessing the outstanding ideas both here in Indonesia and in Vietnam. And ultimately, we'll discover the teams that will be crowned as Ascend champions for the very first edition. But before we proceed on, I'd like to express our sincere appreciation to our partners, educators, mentors, and our fellow organizers, Eru, and our alliance partners, SpacePoint, UAE, and Codinix. Your support in empowering the next generation of innovators is what truly brings initiatives like Ascend to life. To the students here today and in Vietnam, be bold in your thinking, be fearless in your experimentation, and never underestimate the power of your ideas. Because the technologies of tomorrow may very well begin as ideas you present today. So on behalf of the Global Citizen Education Group, I wish all the finalists the very best and look forward to celebrating your achievements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jared Yo. Now, yes, I want to echo Jared's sentiment. You guys are nervous and excited to find out who the champion is. And right now, we will have another acknowledgement before the actual announcement. So you guys have to hold your horses just for a little bit longer. I want to give huge acknowledgements to the partner that we cannot have Ascend without, which is Aero from Kazakhstan. I want to give a huge shout out to Miras Nusupov from Kazakhstan, CEO and co-founder of Aero Technologies in Kazakhstan. Unfortunately, though, he had to cancel his flight due to the circumstances that have been happening. But I asked him to write me a text and address you guys, so he did. I'm going to read this out for you guys, for you. From Miras. Hello to all Ascend finalists in Indonesia and Vietnam. First of all, please accept my sincere apologies for not being able to join you in person today. Warm greetings, Kazakhstan. As many of our finalists from last year had asked us to do, we are very happy to now welcome international teams. This is a very exciting moment for us because right now we're also holding our national competition to select the teams who will be traveling to Astana from Almaty this April. I want to sincerely congratulate each of you for reaching this stage. Becoming a finalist is already a big achievement, and it shows your passion, hard work, and courage to bring your ideas to life. Today is not only about presenting a project. It is about believing in your vision, sharing your effort, and showing that young people can create meaningful solutions for the future. No matter the final results, you all should be already proud of yourselves. Idea that you've built, every challenge that you've solved, and every step that you took brought you closer to becoming future innovators, engineers, entrepreneurs, and leaders. Keep going with confidence, speak with heart, and enjoy this moment. This is your time to shine. I wish each and every one of you best of luck in your project defense, and once again, congratulations on being Ascend finalists. Thank you. That is from Miras Yusupov. Now, the stakes are high. The finalists or the champions for each specific region will be representing their country to the international finals to take part in the Aero Satellite launch competition held in Kazakhstan. I would like to share with you a video from our past year's ASLC participants to the future, aka you guys sitting right here in this room. And yeah, operator, cue the video.
Чем мы занимаемся? Мы общественный фонд «Казрокетс». Мы занимаемся развитием аэрокосмоса и беспилотных летательных аппаратов в Казахстане и в Центральной Азии. Мы проводим уже 7-й наш республиканский чемпионат на базе университета «Энерго».
Көбісі бізден сұрайды, «Казрокетс деген не деп?» Егер сіздерден «Казрокетс деген не деп» сұрақ қойса, сіз былай жауап беру керексіз. «Казрокетс» бұл білім мен индустрия арасындағы көпірі деп жауап беріңіз. Негізі осы біздің Казрокетс сетевой дизайн турнаментінің негізі миссиясы бұл сіздің басыңызда болған идеядан аспанға дейінгі жол. Осы жылғы жарыс деңгейі жоғарырақ өтті. 150 метрге емес, уже 4000-5000 метрге шарзон жібердік. Сол үшін ары қарай енді келесі жылы 12000, 20000, 30000 деп ары қарай жіберсек болады. Ары қарай уже тек қана Қазақстанның командалары ғана финалға өтпей, қалған Центральная Азия, СНГ және басқа Американың басқа командалар келсе де, сол біздің жоспарымыз.
Дизайн турнамент в цифрах. В первом туре участвовало 165 команд. Из них на второй тур прошли 20 команд. Со второго тура на финальный тур прошли 10 самых сильных команд Казахстана.
В первый день наши участники прошли краткий технический курс по технике безопасности, а также работы с инструментами. В этот же день они приступили к сборке и изготовлению своих аппаратов. Они пропаивали всю электронику, создавали программы, на которые они будут уже работать в следующие дни. На второй день конкурса наши участники провели испытания своих спутников через заморозку при температуре минус 10 градусов, пониженном давлении в полатмосферы и испытания на центрифуге с перегрузкой 3G. На третий день все участники поехали вместе с нами за город на расстоянии 120 километров за Алматы. Там мы подготовили все спутники к запуску на нашем аэростате. Запуск можно считать вполне успешным, так как они поднялись на высоту 4 километра. И успешно приземлились в 2 километрах от точки запуска.
Таптық 12 сәуір ғарыш күні біз спутник жібердік, қазір таптық. Бүкіл купса 9 купса жіберілді ма, барлығы тірі. Сол үшін ризамыз. Бәрі ризамыз.
Вы молодцы. Давайте вас вдвоем. Вот так.
У меня сейчас очень много адреналина, мне надо увидеть успокоительный. Я очень рад, что все прошло по плану. Аэростат поднялся на 4 километра, все воздушные шары подорвались, и он спустился на парашюте без повреждений. Все прошло отлично.
Всем привет, мы команда SetJ. Заняли сегодня 3-е место на соревнованиях от Казрокетса по сборке мини-спутников. В целом нам все понравилось, все было очень классно, и больше всего запомнилось, конечно, это запуск. когда это все полетело, когда это все сработало, это работало как нужно. Это самое главное для нас.
Мы команда Stargate Rocketry. Мы приехали из города Ахтубе, участвовали в Kazrocket Satellite Design Tournament 2025. Мы участвуем в этом соревновании второй год подряд. В прошлом году мы заняли первое место, в этом году мы заняли второе место. Нам это соревнование очень нравится. Мы рекомендуем его всем друзьям. Мы хотим участвовать в нем каждый год. Также это соревнование позволяет нам прокачивать наши инженерные навыки, навыки в ракетостроении. В прошлом году мы запускали CanSat на ракетоносителях. В этом году мы запускали CubeSat на уже аэростатах на высоту несколько километров. Уровень соревнования растет с каждым годом, и нам оно очень нравится, мы его всем рекомендуем. Всем спасибо.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Алихан. Я являюсь одним из учеников из команды АРА. Мы из города Астаны. На такое соревнование первый раз. Очень сильно понравилось. Прям очень сильно, особенно организация, как организаторы все это организовывали. Никогда такого не видел. Знаете, вот такие мероприятия очень большую ценность имеют. Как и вообще, в общем, в проектировании с помощью 3D-моделирования. Также и пайка, та же самая пайка какая-нибудь. Или просто командный дух поддерживать, это тоже является одним из главных частей. Я хочу пожелать всем будущим участникам удачи, чтобы тоже занимали призовые места, и чтобы не только с Казахстана были, но и из других стран.
Kazrockets — это драйв.
Это про ракеты.
Это возможность.
Это про спутники.
Это будущее. Это опыт. Это большой шанс.
Это ошибки и победа.
Прорыв. Это инвестиция в будущее. Это исполнение желаний.
Kazrockets — это семья.
And see teams from other regions, they will, because it is time to announce the top 5 finalists from Indonesia. Now, I know everyone is really stressed and anxious, and I'm seeing jitters on all of your faces. I want to give a huge round of applause to the speakers earlier on and to Jared for opening this event. And right now, as I call your team's name, you will be live presenting in front of an international audience. The team from Vietnam will be watching your presentations as well. Just please get ready, put on your brightest smiles. You will be on camera. Top 5 teams will be announced one by one. And when I announce your name, please, or your team's names, head over to the right side of the stage and look for Miss Natasha to prepare for your presentation. Let us begin. I have the results right here. The teams who enter the top 5 in no order of merit are ID 18 Aerosync. Congratulations. Head over to the right side of the stage. Next team, no order of merit, will be ID 13, room 619. Congratulations. You worked very hard. Next team, ID 12, Echo Guard. Fourth team to make it to the top 5. ID 8, Tokusatsu. And the last team to make it to the top 5. ID 7, Flood. For all of the 5 finalists, a huge congratulations. The judging process has been tough and arduous. It was by no means an easy task. For all those who did not make it, do not be disheartened. This is the first time that we're bringing a space technology program into the Southeast Asian region. You should be proud of yourselves for making it this far, for surviving the past 2 months of innovation, research, technology, and building. it was a very, very arduous selection process. So for the 5 teams, please head on to the right side of the stage to meet up with Miss Natasha to prepare for your presentations. So I've got confirmation that ID8 Tokusatsu is not joining us today. They are from Surabaya. So it is difficult for them to come over to Jakarta for this finals. And they are not present online. So we'll play their submission video onto the stream. And please enjoy the first presentation. This is ID8 Tokusatsu.
One day on your daily commute, your ice Americano suddenly starts spilling. Wait, the road feels bumpier than usual. You might ignore it at first, but this small change could be an early sign of ground deformation.
Ground deformation.
Across Indonesia, thousands of roads are slowly deteriorating without anyone noticing until it becomes dangerous or expensive to fix. Now don't worry, because we, Tokukatsu, are here to help.
Tokukatsu presents the Tokusat.
With rapid urbanization and infrastructure growth in Indonesia, roads are under unprecedented pressure. Road quality directly affects logistics, safety, and economic activity. However, traditional road surveys are still slow, expensive, and cannot monitor the country continuously. So, we Tokusat have developed a scalable, satellite-based monitoring system to solve this problem. This mission defines our purpose: to build a nationwide satellite intelligence system that detects infrastructure risks early, enabling safer roads and smarter national planning. Road deformation is caused by unstable soil, flooding, and heavy traffic. In regions like East Java, these risks are even higher. Currently, the government only detects damage after it has become hazardous. Without continuous monitoring, infrastructure failures remain unpredictable and costly.
Between these 4 years, the percentage of the damaged roads in Indonesia has increased. While this increase may seem small, across hundreds of thousands of kilometers, it represents a serious and growing national issue.
So this is our proposed solution, Tokusat. We start with the technical architecture. We utilize solar panels to charge our Li-ion battery packs, which powers our ESP32S2 as our CPU, our gyroscope for measuring angular velocity and determining the satellite's rotational motion, LoRa, also known as long-range transmitters and receivers for low-power, long-distance communication with the ground station, our GNSSR for Earth surface observation using reflected navigation signals, and finally, the magnetometers for stabilization. The prototype was developed and simulated using Walkly, which was used to code and test the functions of Tokusat. However, there were several simulation limitations. For example, in the GNSSR case, the component was temporarily replaced with an ultrasonic sensor because a GNSS module is not available in Walkly. In addition, circuit and 3D versions of some components could not be imported to 3D model. The 3D visualization of the CubeSat model was created using CAD software, specifically Tinkercad by Autodesk.
Now moving on to the core of our solution, which is how it actually works. As you can see, Tokusat has 4 main stages. The first stage is that it checks its location if it's above Indonesia or not. If it is above Indonesia, then it will start turning on its GNSSR and start collecting data. In the second stage, when it is outside of Indonesia, the Tokusat will go into sleep mode to conserve battery life by turning off certain components. And then in the third stage, it starts preparing for LoRa transmission by splitting data into packets and compressing it using the strong LZ4 algorithm. And then finally, in the fourth stage, the Tokusat will dump all its data to the ground stations whenever it passes over Indonesia again. And this cycle repeats and repeats, producing a constant data flow. And as you can see here, this is a flowchart, basically a simple representation of how our algorithm works and how our program flows. Now moving on to the ecosystem design. This is what really ties everything together. As you can see, we have 4 main parties for our ecosystem. The first party is the roads. The roads give the input data for our satellite. And secondly, we have the Tokusat itself. The Tokusat gets this data from all around Indonesia and relays it all to the ground stations, which is our third party. Now, what the ground station does is it processes this data into actual usable data, such as heat maps and other visualizations. And then after that, it gets transferred to the users who will actually use this data for good. They can fix roads and give awareness to other people and In return, this fixes the roads itself. You can see how this turns into a full circle.
Tokosat serves government infrastructure agencies by providing early warnings and prioritizing repairs. It also benefits logistics and transport companies, farmers, and emergency services. Ultimately, Tokosat improves safety, efficiency, and economic stability across Indonesia. Tokosat operates on a subscription-based model. Now, government and infrastructure operators pay to access these real-time monitoring and analytics. CubeSat technology keeps costs low, while long-term contracts provide stable and sustainable revenue. So here is our projected 5-year plan. In the first year, we will build and launch our first satellite and secure pilot customers, most likely going to be regional governments. But over the next 3 years, we will expand our constellation and achieve more profitability by partnering with national level organizations. And by year 5, Tokosat becomes a regional leader with a full constellation serving multiple industrial sectors. We can achieve this because our model is highly scalable. Adding customers increases revenue without significantly increasing operational costs. Tokosat can also expand into different sectors like railway, construction, and mining, creating more opportunities for long-term growth.
Ultimately, Tokosat aims to transform how infrastructure is monitored by providing continuous, nationwide deformation intelligence. By detecting these problems early, we reduce costs, improve safety, and strengthen Indonesia's infrastructure. Tokosat ensures safer roads, stronger economies, and a better future for everyone.
Incredible video from ID8 Tokusatsu. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here with us today, but very interesting projects. I've been in Indonesia just a couple of times, and yes, I can attest to the roads being bumpy. Can you all? I've seen some hits not. And I think this was a very interesting, contextualized innovation that Tokusatsu has come up with, and understanding how the technology will be able to be better, to make lives better for the population of Indonesia. Now, we will proceed with the live presentations, starting first with ID7, Flood. Come up on stage. Give a round of applause. Do you guys have a mic? Oh, where's Miss Natasha? Oh, give them a mic. Okay. Yeah. All the best. The stage is yours. Take it away.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ken. My name is Durga. And today we will be presenting our flood project. And before we actually get into this project, Durga, can you please do the introductions for us?
So looking at our CubeSat name, Flood, you might be wondering what it stands for. Flood is our CubeSat that stands for Flood Localization Urgency Detector. Its purpose is to solve one crucial problem that Indonesia currently faces. Right now, or last year, in November 2025, in Sumatra, a disastrous flash flood occurred that resulted in the loss of lives of 1,000 lives, and also resulted in 170,000 lives displaced from their homes. Aside from the disaster last year, this year, there are also many flash floods that occurred, which resulted in many schools in Jakarta, our school as well, to have online class for a few days. And also, recently in Bali, there were flash floods that occurred, which resulted in the evacuation of both residences and tourists. Now, how will we solve this? Our mission with our CubeSat Flood is to warn people of floods before they even occur. If this is possible, we will be able to prevent major loss of life, as more citizens and more people will be able to evacuate sooner. We can also expedite search and rescue to ensure emergency services are able to prepare more fast and also find people quicker. And also aid in research for meteorologists to help them figure out the sources of flash floods.
And now, what do we do about the actual sampling rates and the parameters for our actual project? First, we will be having the topographical factors and also the meteorological factors. each of these sections will have 3 of their own respective factors that will finally produce us a risk factor. So before we get into that, what are our topographical parameters? We will first have the slope incline, which will be calculating degrees, the vegetation density, and also the soil cohesion, which we'll be calculating using our ground stations. Next, for our meteorological section, we will be having the precipitation rate of the rainfall itself, the humidity of the clouds, and also the pressure. And to make sure that we have efficient power and that we don't use too much of the energy available to us, since it's obviously in the air, it was going to be impossible to have a stable, consistent source of power. We also need to make sure that we can monitor the rainfall consistently and with accurate results. And we do that by calculating it every 15 minutes in the air. And now, for the risk evaluation itself, to determine if we should evacuate the people or if they're safe, we have our own individual risk factors for each available section, just like we said before. So first, our first risk factor is going to be the rainfall itself, and this is the example of what our risk factor will be. So one of our constants, you could say, or variables. And next, for the sections itself, the meteorological risk factors and also the topographical risk factors. Over here in the meteorological factors, you can see that we have all of the, about the pressure, about the actual, again, humidity of the air, and the precipitation rate. And next, for the topographical factors, we have the soil cohesion, vegetation density, and last but not least, we have the slope incline. Now, next, with all of these factors ready at our hands, we will multiply the final result together to finally get our final risk factor evaluation. Okay, now the eco-design itself. How will we give this information out? First, we will be getting the information for the meteorological and the topographical from the ground stations and the satellite. Next, the payload itself. They will be calculating for our risk factors, which then will be sent directly to the ground stations, so we can distribute and see which areas are actually need to be evacuated or not, and that's how we prevent people from dying to these catastrophic floods.
And now we will be discussing the technical architecture of flood. Kenan. First, I would like to discuss about the communication system. The communication system of a satellite involves 3 aspects: the encoding of information, the modulation of it, and the transmission. For the modulation of our data, we will be using LoRa modulation, which stands for long range modulation. We will be using low sweep rates, as well as the max spreading factor, which allows for when the data is downlinked from the satellite to the ground station, it's easier to be decoded and decoded by the ground station, and allows for more clarity of data. Although max spreading factor does lower the bit rate, because we're downlinking a risk factor or risk index that's low in bit rate, it doesn't matter, and we'll be using a 20 decibel power amplifier with a low gain antenna. So if the satellite is slightly off angled in the transmission window, and it's just slightly off angled to the ground station, the omnidirectional radiation of the low gain antenna will allow it to be received by the ground station. Next. Now I would like to discuss about the power systems. Our satellite uses orbital duty cycling. We have several operating modes, so the power drawn is dependent on the conditions of the satellite. For example, we have idle. So if the satellite is moving, it's circling the Earth, and it's not sampling any information, it remains in idle mode. So it doesn't draw as much power as sampling. So when data needs to be collected from the atmosphere, or it's taking data from the topographical information of the Earth, the satellite will use a mild use of power. And then we have, when it needs to transmit its data to an Indonesian ground station, it uses a higher amount of data. And this also applies for alert mode when the risk factor of the data collected reaches a certain threshold. It'll use a high amount of power in order to transmit that data as well. And we have low power, which is when the power goes under 45%. in order to control the amount of power that gets sent from the lithium-ion batteries to the ESP32, which is our onboard computer, we'll be using buck-boost regulators, which ensures power distribution efficiency. Okay, lastly, I would like to discuss about the storage. So we use a hybrid storage architecture, which involves RAM and flash memory. RAM, which is random access memory, we'll use SRAM and MRAM. SRAM allows for real-time processing because it uses the flip-flop transistors. And although this is helpful for making calculations within the ESP32, it is disadvantageous because it is it's susceptible for single-event upsets and cosmic rays, which are something from space that can cause the data to flip its bits, and then you get the wrong information. That's why we have MRAM, which serves as non-volatile storage. So it's independent of battery as well. And because it uses the magnetic polarity and its direction to store its data, if the power in the satellite ever goes out, the storage still remains. And we also have flash memory in the form of a micro SD. So we have a large cache of storage from previous samplings, which is impervious as well, like the MRAM, to single event upsets and cosmic rays. Kenan. Now, I would like to discuss the fail-safes of our satellite. So first, we have a non-default value. So in the case that a sensor on our flood happens to malfunction, if we didn't have this, right, the sensor would return a value to the ESP32 that would be like a nan or a 0. If we had a 0, that would be very bad because the 0 can actually negatively impact our risk evaluation algorithm and mess everything up. That's why we have this non-default value failsafe. So if the malfunction ever happens, the sensor will return a value to the ESP32, which is considered a neutral value of any of the parameters that it's censoring. Next, we have the checksum. So the payload value, which is our risk score, and our battery, it's going to be added together as a sum. And then once that data is sent to the ground station will also perform a sum of the data that it receives. If the two sums happen to agree, it accepts the data. If it doesn't, it ignores it. I would like to now discuss about the testing and proof of concept. So our first test was the ground truth test. The first reason that we decided to make the satellite was because of the Sumatra conditions and the Sumatran floods that occurred last year. So what we did is we took the conditions that were in that general time or window, and we took those, we input it into our simulation, which was done on Walkwe because it allowed us to make the electrical schematics and whatnot. And it returned to us a 0.8 final risk factor, which proves our proof of concept, because the 0.8 is considered above our threshold for alerting Indonesians of floods. We have a false positive test, which uses real-life values from various other weather conditions that are not floods. So, for example, we have like the average tropical day, your average day in Indonesia, it's kind of raining, you get 0.08. That's fine. Heavy rain and safe terrain, you get 0.1. Bad terrain and dry conditions, all of them are fine. None of them reach above the threshold. Lastly, we have our urgency test. If flood will happen to downlink immediately after the flood risk score happens to reach above that threshold. So what we found is that it initiated the downlink at minute 30 rather than minute 40, which is our usual Indonesian window when it was detected. Right, Kenan.
Who are all target customers? First up, we have the meteorologists. So meteorologists, they require more up-to-date real-time data system for more eternal factors. Next up, we have the government or the BNBP, because the government, they need a faster, more precise satellite data for evacuation purposes. Third, environmental scientists. Environmental scientists, they lack the flood detection related satellites that account for climate strategies. And lastly, private investors, as they lack the affordable modern satellite that are compatible with the current technology that we have today. So what are our goals and impacts? Goals and impacts. Rapid climate change. Currently, the number of flood is expected to double by 2030. So our CubeSat satellite is essential in order to prevent further damage due to floods. Next up, urban damages. Cost for repairs and reconstruction expected to skyrocket, mostly due to inflation. So we are trying to at least counter that. Third, affordability. CubeSat satellites are constructed with more affordable costs, are heavily reduced. For real-time communication, our CubeSat satellite are able to send data faster for faster evacuation purposes. Thank you.
That was Team Flood. Give a round of applause once again, these four gentlemen. Now, we're gonna go for a little short interview, get to know the students a little bit. First of all, what are your names and what school are you representing?
I'm Dirga.
I'm Adrian.
I'm Kenzie. I'm Kainan. And we represent Sampurna L Avenue.
Sampurna Academy. Very good. Great presentation, by the way. I like the fact that you guys are very, very technically heavy. Some of the things I still struggle to understand. I like the fact that you built your own algorithm to solve a specific problem. But let's take it to dial it down a notch. Speaking about the problems, what inspired you to tackle on floods? Have you experienced one in your own personal life?
Fortunately, none of us have experienced the really disastrous flood that occurred in Sumatra, but we do have is floods in Jakarta. Wow, that's very nice. So almost every day when we go to school, when we come home, when people commute into Jakarta, when people come home from work, they face floods. And what does floods make? They make traffic. Traffic that increases the amount of time that people have to spend on the road to go to school and to go home. And that's not even considering the danger of floods, right? So personally, I play in an orchestra, and I have to go to practice every now and then, every week. Sometimes floods can occur, and because of that, a bunch of roads get closed off, and traffic is so insane that so many people come late to practice, and it's just insane to think about.
Yeah, I'm very, very thankful I haven't experienced any form of very intense flood that leads to traffic jams and whatnot. I think it's very interesting also that you came up with this entire process. So, problem, traffic jams caused by floods, caused by yada yada. What was the process like that brought you to solving the problem with a very heavily technical solution?
Okay, so a flood has many environmental factors that go into it, right? So our first draft was that we just, rain. Everyone knows rain causes floods. So you have rain, you have basic, you have humidity, and you have the, what's it called? Oh, the pressure as well. Thank you. However, what we also, after I had a little talk with one of my relatives, he's a mining engineer, he told me that you shouldn't just consider the meteorological factors, you should consider the ground as well. Because if the ground is fine, if the sewage system is perfectly fine, then nothing's going to happen. But what will happen is slope failure. So something common in Indonesia is that we have a lot of mountains. It's very hilly. It's very, it's not flat at all.
Yeah.
So what happens is that you're going to have slope failure, which is a result of numerous factors like slope incline, the soil cohesion, as well as the vegetation density. Wait, do you want me to explain the parameters on how they work, or is it
No, I think that's enough. Yeah.
So once we had all these parameters and we had some basic justification for it, we decided to we wondered how we were going to make a single algorithm that would use all these factors and put it into one score that would be sent to the ground station. The main problem that we face is, there's a lot of factors. What are we going to do about them? So using what we learned in math class, thank you, Ms. Jisha, we learned that for the final risk factor, because we multiply our meteorological and topographical risk factors together, it basically serves as an AND gate. So basically, you can have two factors. If one is 0, then the whole thing cancels out. But if you have two things together, they make some, it kind of goes a bit lower. And that's why we have, for the individual topographical and meteorological risk factors, we have a sum of our individual parameters. So if one is 0, it still goes up a bit. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your time. You may take a bow and exit the stage on the right side. Thank you so much for your presentation right here.
Thank you.
Very interesting. Taking a look at a lot of factors, trying to combine them, integrating technological solutions, and coming up with their own algorithms to solve a specific problem. Up next, we have another team let's give a warm round of applause to room 619. You may take the stage. Try to get two mics. Here's her.
Check, check.
Good morning, everyone. Today we present Strata 619 from our team, Room 619, consisting of me, Owen, Shannon, Callie, and at the very edge, Lorenzo. So before we begin and actually explain our product, Strata 619, and what it does, it is absolutely imperative that we actually discuss why did we come up with this in the first place. So just simply put, environmental risks such as flooding, land subsidence, and rapid urban expansion are becoming harder to predict. And as such, this product and our team's goal essentially aims to solve these issues directly.
So currently, Indonesia is experiencing extremely rapid urbanization. In fact, 59% of Indonesia's population now lives in urban areas, and that number is expected to continue increase. Next, please. However, urban expansion is happening faster than our ability to comprehend and monitor the environmental risks, especially land subsidence, flooding, and also infrastructure stress. As cities grow, construction often takes place in areas where ground stability and environmental risks are not continuously monitored, meaning that planners must rely on outdated and incomplete data. This creates a major gap that we aspire to tackle, which is urban development continues to accelerate while real-time environmental monitoring for disaster risk plannings still remain really limited.
Echoing back to what has been mentioned before, to understand why Strata 619 is necessary, we first need to look at the limitations of current risk monitoring systems. So for instance, we see that, number one, static hazard data. Current risk platforms rely on periodic updates and historical data sets, not continuous monitoring. While useful, these data sets quickly become outdated and rapidly changing environments. We can't rely on data sets that were provided 5 years ago to a modern climate has been rapidly changing. Number two, undetected surface change. Urban expansion, deforestation, and land subsidence can develop between monitoring cycles, meaning critical warning signs may be missed. And finally, reactive disaster responses. Today, floods and landslides are frequently identified only after visible damage has already occurred, limiting the time available for actually preventing them. And because of these gaps, communities are often left responding to disasters rather than actually preventing them. Next, please.
To address this monitoring gap, we introduced Strata 619, a continuous Earth observation CubeSat system designed to transform raw surface data into actionable urban risk intelligence. Instead of relying static data sets, Strata 619 enables continuous monitoring of environmental change in rapidly developing regions. Next slide. Strata 619 operates through a 4-stage monitoring pipeline. In the first stage, multispectral and thermal sensors capture surface imagery and environmental data. In the second stage, the ground processing, where the raw data is transmitted to a ground station for processing and geolocation alignment. In the third stage, data analysis, where algorithms analyze surface indicators such as land cover change, water distribution, and thermal variation. And finally, structured intelligence reports. The results are compiled into structured intelligence reports for planners, engineers, and design makers. This pipeline converts raw environmental data into clear planning insights. Next slide. So here are our core functions of our CubeSat. Using this pipeline, Strata 619 delivers 3 core monitoring capabilities. First, urban land cover and expansion mapping, where our CubeSat will track the growth of built-up and impermeable surfaces over time. Second, flood extent and surface water detection, where Strata 619 is capable of identifying shifts in water distribution to highlight emerging flood-prone zones. And finally, environmental stability and risk indicator monitoring, where our CubeSat will be able to analyze vegetation loss and thermal concentration as early risk indicators. Together, these capabilities allow planners to detect environmental risks before they escalate into disasters.
So, addressing the problems they have mentioned, I will be talking about the internal hardware of the satellite. So this is our first layer, which is the communication layer. We have only added LoRa and GPS with their antenna. And the second layer is the electric powering system. They're powered by solar panels and lithium-ion battery, and it will convert with transistor into like a lower volt from ideally 5.5 volt to 3.3 volt, and it will be sent to the board-to-board connection on the side, which is that. Then it will be transported down to the onboard computer, which is where the ESP32 and IMU is located with the micro SD card socket. And another thing to add up on the board-to-board connection is that each pin has addressing one GPIO or a pin from EPS32, which would be easy for us to control every layer with just one simple microcontroller. And then the last layer is the payload. The main component in the payload is the cameras. We chose to use OV2640 because it is small. The size is good for our 1 unit CubeSat, and it works as well as what we have planned. And into that, we have also thermal sensors and light sensor. Yes, thank you.
So so these are the success criteria for our 12-month plan. So our first metric is that we want to achieve at least less than 90% of successful and synchronized data captures across scheduled monitoring cycles. Our second metric is that we will detect at least 2 environmental risk indicators within the target regions and also measurable surface changes. And finally, we aim to produce 2 structured intelligence reports between months 1 to 6 and months 7 to 12, which will be derived from the processed raw satellite data.
To address this challenge, we decided that our system would operate on a per-request revenue model in which governments, planners, or infrastructure developments can request monitoring for a specific area of interest and pay for detailed environmental risks reports generated from our satellite data. Our system is designed to scale efficiently. Each area of interest is assigned to its own dedicated CubeSat, preventing tasking conflicts and ensuring that the monitoring will stay consistent. As demand will grow, we will deploy additional CubeSats to newer areas of interest and regions. So this creates a strong competitive advantage because by operating dedicated satellites and continuously collecting environmental data, we build a long-term data set that improves risk prediction and analysis over time, creating both technological and data barriers for competitors.
Simply sum this up, disasters do not begin with destruction. They begin with small changes, shifts in land, disappearing vegetation, and or expanding cities. However, the problem is not these signals don't exist, it's that we don't often see it in time. By delivering continuous Earth observation from space, our mission, Strata 619, is able to communicate and see risk earlier, respond faster, and protect lives before disaster strikes. Disasters should be about preventing it in the first place, not a matter of directly countering it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we come to the front of the stage? What are your names and are you representing any schools?
Hi everyone, I'm Shannon.
I'm Callie.
I'm Lorenzo.
And we're from Suchi School. Yeah.
Suchi School. Very good. Great project, by the way. I like the fact that Indonesia is growing very, very rapidly using the satellites or the CubeSat system to identify growth for the whole population of Indonesia. One thing I do have to ask you, and we have to move on because of time, is why Room 619?
You mean like our group name? Why is it Room 619?
Yes.
That's actually a really good question. So the reason why we picked this group name is because that is the room number of our physics lab, our favorite physics lab in our school, because that's also the office of our beloved mentor, Mr. Theo, right there. So that is the reason why our group name is named Room 619.
Huge shout out to Mr. Theo.
Yeah, huge shout out.
All right. Once again, thank you very much. You may take a bow and exit on stage right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Check.
That was Room 619. We have 2 more presentations to go. I'm beginning to see a huge trend of geospatial technology and CubeSats being super integrated with each other. Up next, ACAGuard.
Hi everybody. Hi everybody, my name is C and this is Michelle, Jessie, and Felicia, and we represent Team ID 12, and today we're presenting ACAGuard, which is an early detection system for mangrove stress using satellite monitoring. Mangrove ecosystems are among one of the most important natural defenses against climate change and coastal damage. However, despite their importance, many conservation teams only discover problems when mangrove have already died. Our project explores how satellite technology can help detect mangrove stress earlier, allowing conservation teams to intervene sooner and protect these ecosystems effectively. So what are mangroves? Mangroves are forests made out of salt-tolerant trees that grow along tropical and subtropical coastlines. These areas are often called intertidal zones, where environment is salty, muddy, and regularly flooded by tides. Because of their unique root system, mangroves can survive in conditions where most plants cannot. They are also part of what scientists call blue carbon ecosystems, meaning they capture and store large amounts of carbon from the atmosphere, making it a key aspect in the protection against climate change.
So why does mangroves matter? Mangroves plays a critical role in both environmental protection and climate regulation. They protect coastlines from erosion and storms, and they provide habitats for many marine species. But one of their most important functions is carbon storage. Mangroves can store 3 to 5 times more carbon per area than tropical forests, and they absorb carbon significantly faster than many land-based ecosystems. Because of this ability, protecting mangroves is considered one of the most effective natural solutions for slowing climate change. Despite their importance, mangroves ecosystems are significantly under pressure. Indonesia contains approximately 3.4 million hectares of mangroves, representing about 20 to 23% of the world's total, yet only 30% of these ecosystems remain healthy. Between 2009 and 2019 alone, more than 18,000 hectares were lost due to coastal development, aquaculture expansions, and land conversion. One of the major challenges is that mangrove ecosystems often experience psychological stress for visible die-off, meaning damage is difficult to detect early. We chose this issue specifically because we think that it's really relevant to us and our future generations. Currently, monitoring relies on infrequent field surveys or large-scale satellite reports, which often delays conservation action. So the benefits of mangroves is that, first of all, mangroves act as a powerful carbon sinks that helps reduce greenhouse gases. Second, their root system reduces wave energy and stabilizes coastlines, protecting nearby communities from storming and flooding. Finally, healthy mangrove ecosystem supports fisher, ecotourism, and local livelihoods, meaning they contribute both environmentally and economically to coastal communities. So to better understand the challenges of the primary field research in Pulau Pari, which is located in Pulau Seribu, the Thousands Island, near specifically in Pulau Bintang and Pulau Kresek, so in our visit, we interviewed local mangrove caretakers who are monitoring and managing conservation sites in those areas or beaches. We observed hand how mangrove restoration is carried out and learned about the practical challenges faced by the conservation teams. Our research included interviewing local managers, observing both seedlings and mature mangroves, examining damaged trees, identifying debris trapped in roots, and even participating in the planting process ourselves. So, from these interviews and observations, we discovered several important insights. First, monitoring is primarily manual by these people. So, newly planted seedlings are inspected once every week. For the mature mangroves, are inspected even less. So, second, caretakers are also responsible for large restoration areas, making frequent inspections difficult and labor-intensive. The most common causes of mangrove damage includes tidal movement, waste, debris, and environmental stress. So once seedlings are damaged or die, caretakers must manually remove them and replant new seeds, and which requires significant time, effort, and manpower. Now, these observations revealed that many restoration failures occur simply because damage is detected too late.
So this is the planting process that we have observed during our visit. And this is the journey. This journey allowed us to experience mangrove conservation firsthand as we traveled by a ferry to Pulau Pari, walked through the restoration areas, and spoke directly with caretakers and participated in planting activities. Seeing these challenges on the ground helped us realize that this issue is not only in planting mangroves, but detecting problems early enough to prevent failure.
So our field research revealed a critical gap in current conservation efforts. Now, mangrove caretakers rely mainly on manual visual inspections, meaning damage is often discovered only after seedlings die or damage. This reactive monitoring process leads to delayed intervention, repeated restoration failures, and wasted labor and resources. So from this, we identified a key opportunity, which is instead of detecting damage after it occurs, conservation teams need a way to identify early damage signs of vegetation stress, allowing them to intervene before mangroves fail. This insight becomes the foundation of our solution.
So how the technology How does the technology work? The system operates through several steps. First, environmental sensors collect red and near-infrared reflection data from mangrove vegetation. Next, the system calculates vegetation health using the NDVI formula. These NDVI values are then tracked over time to detect gradual declines in vegetation health. The onboard computer processes and stores these indicators before transmitting them to the ground station. Finally, the ground system visualizes vegetation health trends and flag potential stress areas that may require field inspection. These slides shows the physical prototype of our CubeSat-inspired system. And the prototype was designed using CAD modeling and rapid prototyping methods to replicate the internal configuration of a CubeSat-scale satellite. The structure demonstrates how different components, including sensing, processing, communication, and power systems, can be arranged within a compact satellite frame. The outer frame acts as a protective structural layer, ensuring stability and supporting the mounting of internal components. Inside the frame, the internal layout is organized into modular sections so that each subsystem can operate efficiently and while maintaining accessibility for testing and modification. Although this prototype does not represent a flight-ready satellite, it serves as a functional engineering model that demonstrates how the system architecture could be implemented in a real CubeSat mission. By building and visualizing this structure, we were able to validate component placement, estimated weight, power requirements, and evaluate how the different subsystems interact within a constrained satellite platform. ACAR aims to create impact in three main ways. Environmentally, it enables early detection of mangrove stress, helping conservation teams intervene before damage becomes irreversible and preventing blue carbon loss. Second is the operational impact. It provides prioritized monitoring alerts, allowing the NGOs and conservation teams to focus their inspection on the most vulnerable areas instead of surveying large coastline manually. And third is the economically impact. Even a 10 to 20% reduction in failed mangroves replanting could significantly reduce labor costs, seedling waste, and restoration expenses. The prototype we developed demonstrates how this system worked in practice by simultaneously the sensing, processing, and monitoring pipeline of a CubeSat mission. In the future, ACARGuard would operate through a data as a service model where satellite-derived monitoring insights are provided to NGOs and local agencies.
Instead of selling satellites, we deliver actionable environmental data that supports better conservation decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys. Please come to the center of stage. Please introduce yourselves and any school you're representing.
So I'm C. This is Michelle, Felicia, and Jessie, and we are representing BSJ, British School Jakarta.
Oh, BSJ. Okay. Well, congratulations once again for making it to the top 5. Mangroves are really unique, and taking a look at your presentation, it's very conceptually heavy, very research focused on what the mangrove ecosystem is like before diving into the technological portion of it. What was the research journey for you guys? What was the research journey like
I
for you
think we
guys?
all can agree that it was a really fun process because we actually went to the beach and the island where there's a lot of mangroves, and basically because we also live in Indonesia, which was explained before, that we have 20 to 30% of the world's largest mangrove area. I think it was really important for us to actually know and understand how the mangroves are cared for. So I think we can agree that it was like really fun, and we learned a lot of new things, and we can finally make a solution, which is I think is great.
All right, awesome. Because of time, I would like this moment, I'll give this moment to you to give a shout out to your teachers or whoever you want to.
We'd like to say thank you to Mr. McFadden, our teacher, who has been helping us and supporting us through our journey.
Right. Thank you very much. May take your bow and exit on stage.
Thank you.
Right. We've come to the last presentation of the top 5 teams. This will be AeroSync. Coming right up. All the best.
Good morning, everyone. I am Krista from ID 18 AeroSync. I actually have 2 other teammates. They're called Rebecca and Clarissa, but unfortunately, they can't join us. So we are from Sekolah Pelita Harapan in Sentul, and we are called AeroSync, or in short, Async, as the logo shows. So first, our problem identification. Simply, city planners and the recovery team can't map the recovery of areas post-disasters efficiently due to the infrastructural obstacles as an effect of the disaster. So we're focusing here mostly to the recent event of the flood in Sumatra, similar to the first team that presented, but we're also focusing on the task force personnel tasked to map and plan the recovery of Sumatra. So that will be our main customer, the task force. We found out about the task force from 3 professionals from BRIN of the aviation and satellite section. And he told us about the task force and how their mission is to map and plan the recovery of Sumatra after the flood. This is a photo of a clip of our interview with 2 of the satellite section BRIN professionals. So this is our approach to the problem. Our idea is to allow multi-drone control, real-time data relay for mapping, or perfecting satellite-only image data, and extended drone control range from Jakarta to anywhere in Indonesia. So as you can see in the diagram, there's the Kantor Pusat in Jakarta, and you can control drones anywhere in Indonesia simply from the Pusat location in Jakarta. Okay, so here is our full concept diagram. We're going to be collecting data during and after a disaster to help with rescue and the area's recovery and rebuilding. So over here we have our main Kantor Pusat of BNPB or BRIN in Jakarta, and they will be sending group commands to our CubeSat in low Earth orbit, and they'll be relaying commands to the target area, whereas the drones in the target area that has been connected to our technology will relay real-time data, which could be data on land topography, soil, ground penetrating radar, and more, so that our customer knows where and how to plan and rebuild the target area. Then they would be able to send their building plans using the map data they collected from drones to the building office at the target area. That could be anywhere in Indonesia. This is our minimum viable product concept, still with the same goal. However, this time the maximum distance you could be from the target area is up to 20 kilometers only, and you could only use control up to 2 drones, but that still counts as multi-drone technology. So we would have our BNPB or BRIN surveyor from the task force team to send group commands to our CubeSat, which is at 20 kilometers above sea level. And you could send joystick commands and receive data back, data on the drone's GPS every few seconds, and possibly images every few minutes. The data can't be too heavy because of the CubeSat's constraints for our minimum viable product concept. Moving on to our CAD design, this is an overview of how it looks like. It was designed in Autodesk Fusion or Fusion 360. This is how it looks like, front, left, back, and right. It pretty much looks the same. You could take a quick look at it. These are our labeled components, starting with the RF antenna. We have an RF switch to differentiate between the transmission and receiver pins of the SX1262. And we also have a low noise amplifier and a power amplifier to strengthen our communications. We also have the ESP32S2 microcontroller and 2 boost converters. Those two, we only point at one, but the one at the other side is also a boost converter. And we also have a TP4056 and buck converter in the middle there, as well as 2 Li-ion batteries for our power supply. So this is a quick view of our walkway schematic. This basically maps out how all the components are connected to each other. To the ESP32 microcontroller in the middle there, although we weren't able to fully simulate the entire system because Walkway is not able to simulate RF signals. So here are our technical parameters. They're different for the MVP concept and for the full concept. For the MVP concept, our frequency is only 915 megahertz, but the delay goes below 1 second, but using low data rate. And the distance could only be 20 kilometers. Our link budget is 170 decibels, and the attenuation is 117 decibels of loss. Our noise is negative 116 decibel milliwatts, and the data type that you could send is only control commands for the drones, which could only be sent once every few seconds, and you'll receive the drone's DPS back, so no heavy data yet. For our full concept, however, which goes to the low Earth orbit, our frequency will use an S-band frequency which goes to 4 to 5 gigahertz. Our delay would still be below 1 second because that's one of our value propositions with high rate data. So our distance can go over 1,000 kilometers because our goal was to help you control your drones anywhere from Jakarta. So our data type would be video streaming, images, control, and other high rate data. Moving on to our success metrics, how do we make sure that our MVP concept would be able to succeed as an LEO CubeSat? So if 2 drones can be controlled using our MVP concept, then 10 drones should be possible on an LEO CubeSat. As for the extended range dimension, 10-kilometer normal drones could be turned to 20 kilometers of range using our MVP concept. Then so can 200-kilometer plus be possible on a low Earth orbit CubeSat with better technology. As for data capability, we'd be able to send control commands plus DPS data that can be relayed from 20-kilometer distance using 2 drones. That's for our MVP. Then LiDAR, ground penetrating radar, and etc. kind of data relay should be possible on an LEO CubeSat with more storage or stronger communication subsystems. And as for the delay length, if the delay for simple data using UHF can be decreased from 20 kilometer distance for 2 drones, then so can larger data have more decreased delay on an LEO CubeSat with an S-band or of a higher frequency. Moving on to our value propositions, this is part of our business plan. So our biggest value proposition is of cost. This is how the logic goes. If you use big satellites, you'd get high quality data, but a larger area scope, but it's expensive, which is why we use CubeSats. CubeSats are relatively cheaper, and but they have lower quality data, like really low quality. For example, ground sampling distance, if you put a camera on it, it's really hard to get up to even 10 meters per pixel using a 3U CubeSat. We've tried that before. So the drone, if you use a drone plus a CubeSat, the drones could become the eyes of the CubeSat in collecting data with extended control range, reduced delay, and increasing the data quality because you're using drones, replacing the sensors, while still keeping the price cheap. However, using only one drone might lack an area scope because drones can't fly too far. One drone can't cover super large area. That's why our technology uses multiple drones and a CubeSat, so we can get a larger area scope plus detailed data to complete the data of larger satellites. So we're not deleting the idea of using larger satellites 100% either. As for our convenience and safety factors, we'll be collecting real-time data from your drones anywhere in Indonesia, simply from Jakarta. So map areas that need rebuilding post-disasters from a safe location, and more danger is mitigated. So these are our customers and channels part of our business plan. Our main customer segment is the task force of BRIN. As said earlier, BRIN is working on the recovery of Sumatra through task force. They can use this technology to map areas that have been affected by the disaster, to collect data on land topography, and measure if certain areas are ready to build or not. Especially areas that are hard to reach or isolated, they can be reached using the multiple drone technology we have. And this will help them to plan how or what they decide to build from their Kantor Pusat or main office in Jakarta. So we plan to extend to the agriculture industry or even the water management agency if we succeed with our current main customer segment. Our customer relationship would be an institutional service partnership where we provide the technology to our customers. We will be providing antennas for them, and their drone will be the one providing data. We're only relaying it over an extended range for them. So our CubeSat won't be collecting data. We would only be helping you to connect your drone to your controller. And we'll move on to our revenue streams. As for we'll be using subscription fees from 50 juta to 75 juta per year for our main customer, for the BRIN or BNPB for the recovery plan of Sumatra. And our extended plan goes to launching a CubeSat to low Earth orbit, like we said before, for our full concept, and provide our technology to NGOs and education institutions, and conduct workshops for our technology to better network our technology. Okay, no delay for relay. Mapping Indonesia at your fingertips in sync. You know that's AeroSync. Thank you.
Great ending from Krista, right? Come to the center of the stage. We'll ask a couple of questions. I like two things about your presentation. Oh, I don't bite. You can stand a little bit closer. So, I like two things about your presentation. The first is the evolution from understanding that this is only an MVP using CubeSat, and you're also thinking of the future, translating this into a LEO satellite as well. Second thing that you talked about, but we didn't get to hear much, and we want to hear more from you right now, is you did have a couple of interviews with research professionals and experts in satellite technology. What was that like? What insights you gathered from them?
So first we had a interview with the aviation section of BRIN. My teammates were there too, and we heard about drones and their specs and how we could actually make our idea feasible. Would it be feasible to connect drones to a CubeSat? What frequency we would need, And all the other technical parameters, we got it from that aviation of Brin. And then for the satellite section of Brin, we talked about mostly the components and how we would be able to scale our idea to become an LEO CubeSat.
That is really, really interesting and very exciting opportunity for you to use this as sort of like a gateway and a platform to connect to industry professionals. Last thing, do you want to give a shout out to anyone? Maybe your teachers from Espeha?
I in fact don't have any teachers with me, but I'd like to give a shout out to my parents and my sister who are here too.
Shout out to them and thank you very much. You may take your bow and exit on stage right. Thank you very much. That is the top 5 finalists presentation. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Read through some of the research documents as well. And unfortunately, we don't have that right here, but we will try to archive all of these projects, no matter whether you're a finalist or a participant, archive all these projects online after the Ascent event and share it with everyone here, and will be online for you to take a look at as well. There are some really incredible projects that I've taken a look at already that unfortunately did not make it to the top 5. And like I say again, if you're not selected for a finalist, don't be disheartened. This is your opportunity to expand a little bit more network, try to make friends from other schools and other places. There are teachers from elsewhere, industry partners that are coming down as well. It's your time to network. And since we're coming to the end of the Indonesia finalist section, we will take a break. But when we come back, we'll hear from the Vietnam side to see who their finalists are. So till then, we'll see you after the break. Take care.
Hi, my name is Carl D, and my daughters are Catrice and Gianna, and this is our Go Global experience. In school, they focus on academics. So during summer, I tried to find programs that builds their independence. Anything outside of the school to develop the street smart and the self and godly confidence. My criteria for looking for a summer program is something that is not offered in the traditional school. Something that encourages the kids to think outside the box, ask questions, just deep dive into asking why is this happening? I just tried to research and the Global Citizen came up. And when I saw the program, they seemed to be very knowledgeable in what they do. And I think the first program we joined was in Singapore. So it was a safe country, making my family more comfortable to send our kids to the program. There's some worry at first, of course, because you're sending your kids off, diba? Parang, what if they don't come back and something happened to them? Good thing that the group handled it very well, and they assured me of the program. The kids are very happy with the experience. They've grown, they've matured. It was really worth it. So they traveled alone. Very interesting experience. They stayed, I think, in NUS. They went to museums, the recycling of Singapore, the trash management of Singapore, and I think that really built up their confidence. They are able to analyze situations better. They have a lot of programs wherein learning was easier than just academics and books. My daughters became more responsible with their travel, with their schedule, with their timelines.
Before I start, I'm going to ask you guys a question. Very simple question.
How did I feel about the two of them? Definitely a proud dad. I'm very proud that they survived it. They came home more mature, stronger. You see their confidence. So sending them for a 1-week or 2-week program helps them transition to eventually go into university outside the Philippines. This is Carl D. Co-parents, if you are watching this, it's gonna be really worth it. The learning that your child will get at this stage in life, they will be able to use it for the next 20, 30, 40 years of their life. So I encourage you, if you are seeing this video, please, I encourage you to sign up.
aku Erlin. Aku dari Surabaya, mama dari Michael Cleverly, ikuti program AI Entrepreneurship Quality Program dari Global Citizen. Saya memilih program dari AI Global Citizen ini soalnya saya merasa sekarang kan banyak yang berhubungan tentang AI. Jadi saya susah ya nemu yang ada program AI-nya ini. Waktu itu saya riset, nah ternyata saya menemukan Global Citizen ini dan saya sangat suka dengan programnya dan saya mau mencoba. Wow, Michael Trevor Lee waktu sehabis ikut program AI ini, dia bilang dia suka sekali. Dia bilang katanya sewaktu di program itu dia kenal banyak temen dari macam-macam negara. Terus dia tahu culture-nya, sifatnya mereka, dan tentang yang paling penting itu tentang program AI entrepreneurship-nya yang di setiap perusahaan. Yang di global ini yang saya suka itu dia juga bukan cuma seminar aja, tapi dia juga visit ke beberapa company. Jadi juga dipraktekkan, company ini cara program AI-nya gimana. Jadi saya sangat suka sih, bukan cuma seminar aja, tapi dipraktekkan ke setiap pabrik-pabrik gitu. Nah, sangat jelas. Ya, setelah mengikuti program ini, Michael itu, saya melihat Michael itu bisa lebih mandiri dan dia dengan program ini dia bisa tahu, oh setiap company ini ternyata memakai AI itu kayak gini gitu dia bilang gitu, dan dia tidak menyangka gitu. Jadi bukan cuma dari teori toh, tapi dia bisa tahu, oh setiap company ini cara pakai AI-nya gimana. Dan itu sangat detail dan dia bisa ketemu dengan orangnya pabrik sana. Ya, dan dia bisa kenal dengan bermacam-macam teman sih dari negara yang itu juga sangat bagus. Ya, saya sangat menyarankan yang orang-orang di sana, ya saya mengerti. Saya kan juga khawatir ya, maksudnya keluar gitu. Tapi Global Citizen ini bagus, jadi bisa mengajarkan programnya bagus lah dan bisa dipercaya. Ya.
I would like to thank all of our mentors and everybody who participated.
One of the aspects that I enjoyed was working with people from all over the world.
I learned so much, and I can say for everybody that we've learned a lot from all of our mentors.
I felt proud of myself when I made some new friends because usually not that social, and also when I speak up during class because it makes me feel like I have a part in the class as well.
You won't learn this at school, and also the certificate you can use for applying for high school, and it was very useful.
seminars really helped in giving more in-depth information about, for example, the SDGs and how the technologies and systems in Japan works. It really broadened my perspective on how science works in particular fields and countries.
Well, I'd say that I'm better at communicating with people that I've never met before, because in most of the seminars and workshops, we were grouped with people that we still haven't met before, and it's really challenging for me still to try to meet new people, but being able to just talk in a group, and it feels like we're all together because we're all in the same trip. It feels nice that I get to learn how to speak to other people.
I feel like it's my first time here in Japan and I'm traveling alone. The best factor that I could say is coming out of my comfort zone, learning more about the new culture of other countries, learning more about other people that came along and have the same interest and the same goal to completing this summer camp.
I actually gonna miss all the field trips because it is really interesting to visit in, and along with missing the other places we visited in the culture of Japan.
The biggest thing I like about this camp was the friends that I made, because the first time that in the airport, I saw a lot of people I didn't expect to meet, and I was so scared at first. But then, ever since the end of the day one, I really enjoyed, and I got to bond with new people, which was the sticking point to me for this trip.
We are from the Philippines and we are MindLeap, and our goal is to create an AI-integrated educational ecosystem.
Our finalist businesses from Vietnam, Optimal Optics.
We were actually looking for competitions and opportunities that would help us go on and face the world out there with one idea only, which is to give people access to students around the world for education.
You remember that we have two ideas and we keep debating with each other to pick which one?
Yeah, it was certainly a challenge to figure out which one would best suit our community and make the biggest impact on the people we're trying to solve.
Throughout the process of entering the National Youth Entrepreneurship Competition, we faced a lot of challenges, but it was also very exciting.
We were able to win in the national round in the Philippines, and that we are given the opportunity to go to New York. That sort of gave us the motivation and the confidence to share this idea with the world.
Let's go.
And they showed us a few of the popular spots like Times Square, they showed us Macy's, and they even brought us to specific educational experiences.
Yeah, my favorite was probably ice skating in Bryant Park, and we also had some really nice hot chocolate out.
I love the Mad Artistic Museum. Seeing replicas of celebrities and with how detailed they are, it's just really cool.
Participating in the World Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge was an exciting experience of a lifetime. We got to collaborate with friends from different nationalities. We got to work with mentors from all different institutions around the world.
The judges were also very supportive and insightful.
Once we raised our Philippine flag along with the other countries, we had a sense of pride, and we wanted to show the world, the global stage, that our idea will really help students.
And our advice to future students participating in this would be to tackle a small issue in your community, something that is feasible, something that you can solve yourself, than attempting to do something that's too grand or too big.
My advice to the next generation is to understand the world around you, to detect the problem that you think is the most closely related to you, that itching you the most.
And we realize that in TGC, everything is just powerful, everything is impactful.
They showed us that our ideas matter, our voices deserve to be heard, and that we have the opportunities and that we have the skills to make it to New York. At New York, we wrote our story. Now, we're waiting for you to write the next part.
So join NYEC 2026 and we hope to see you there.
Hi, my name is Carl D. And my daughters are Catrice and Gianna. And this is our Go Global experience. In school, they focus on academics. So during summer, I tried to find programs that builds their independence. Anything outside of the school to develop the street smart and the self and godly confidence. My criteria for looking for a summer program is something that is not offered in the traditional school. Something that encourages the kids to think outside the box, ask questions, just deep dive into asking why is this happening? I just tried to research and the Global Citizen came up. And when I saw the program, they seemed to be very knowledgeable in what they do. And I think the first program we joined was in Singapore. So it was a safe country, making my family more comfortable to send our kids to the program. There's some worry at first, of course, because you're sending your kids off, diba? Parang, what if they don't come back and something happened to them? Good thing that the group handled it very well, and they assured me of the program. The kids are very happy with the experience. They've grown, they've matured. It was really worth it. So they traveled alone. Very interesting experience. They stayed, I think, in NUS. They went to museums, the recycling of Singapore, the trash management of Singapore, and I think that really built up their confidence. They are able to analyze situations better. They have a lot of programs wherein learning was easier than just academics and books. My daughters became more responsible with their travel, with their schedule, with their timelines.
Before I start, I'm going to ask you guys a question. Very simple question.
How did I feel about the two of them? Definitely a proud dad. I'm very proud that they survived it. They came home more mature, stronger. You see their confidence. So sending them for a 1 week or 2 week program helps them transition to eventually go into university outside the Philippines. This is Carl D. Co-parents, if you are watching this, it's gonna be really worth it. The learning that your child will get at this stage in life, they will be able to use it for the next 20, 30, 40 years of their life. So I encourage you, if you are seeing this video, please, I encourage you to sign up.
Aku Erlin, aku dari Surabaya, mama dari Michael Cleverly, ikuti program AI Entrepreneurship Quality Program dari Global Citizen. Saya memilih program dari AI Global Citizen ini, soalnya saya merasa sekarang kan banyak yang berhubungan tentang AI. Jadi saya susah ya nemu yang ada program AI-nya ini. Waktu itu saya riset, lah ternyata saya menemukan Global Citizen ini dan saya sangat suka dengan programnya dan saya mau mencoba. Wow, Michael Cleverly, waktu sehabis ikut program AI ini, dia bilang dia suka sekali. Dia bilang katanya sewaktu di program itu dia kenal banyak temen dari macam-macam negara. Terus dia tahu culture-nya, sifatnya mereka, dan tentang yang paling penting itu tentang program AI entrepreneurship-nya yang di setiap perusahaan. Yang di global ini yang saya suka itu dia juga bukan cuma seminar aja, tapi dia juga visit ke beberapa company. Jadi juga dipraktekkan, company ini cara program AI-nya gimana. Jadi saya sangat suka sih, bukan cuma seminar aja, tapi dipraktekkan ke setiap pabrik-pabrik gitu. Dan sangat jelas. Ya, setelah mengikuti program ini, Michael itu, saya melihat Michael itu bisa lebih mandiri, dan dia dengan program ini dia bisa tahu, oh setiap company ini ternyata memakai AI itu kayak gini gitu dia bilang gitu, dan dia tidak menyangka gitu. Jadi bukan cuma dari teori toh, tapi dia bisa tahu oh setiap company ini cara pakai AI-nya gimana. Dan itu sangat detail dan dia bisa ketemu dengan orangnya pabrik sana. Ya, dan ya dia bisa kenal dengan bermacam-macam teman sih dari negara yang itu juga sangat bagus. Ya saya sangat menyarankan yang orang-orang di sana, ya saya mengerti. Saya kan juga khawatir ya, maksudnya keluar gitu. Tapi Global Citizen ini bagus, jadi bisa mengajarkan programnya bagus lah dan bisa dipercaya. Ya.
I would like to thank all of our mentors and everybody who participated.
One of the aspects that I enjoyed was working with people from all over the world.
I learned so much, and I can say for everybody that we've learned a lot from all of our mentors.
I felt proud of myself when I made some new friends because usually not that social, and also when I speak up during class because it makes me feel like I have a part in the class as well.
You won't learn this at school, and also the certificate you can use for applying for high school, and it was very useful.
my name is Carl D, and my daughters are Catrice and Gianna, and this is our Go Global experience. In school, they focus on academics. So during summer, I tried to find programs that builds their independence. Anything outside of the school to develop the street smart and the self and godly confidence. My criteria for looking for a summer program is something that is not offered in the traditional school. Something that encourages the kids to think outside the box, ask questions, just deep dive into asking why is this happening? I just tried to research, and the Global Citizen came up. And when I saw the program, they seemed to be very knowledgeable in what they do. And I think the first program we joined was in Singapore. So it was a safe country, making my family more comfortable to send our kids to the program. There's some worry at first, of course, because you're sending your kids off, diba? Parang, what if they don't come back and something happened to them? Good thing that the group handled it very well, and they assured me of the program. The kids are very happy with the experience. They've grown, they've matured. It was really worth it. So they traveled alone. Very interesting experience. They stayed, I think, in NUS. They went to museums, the recycling of Singapore, the trash management of Singapore. And I think that really built up their confidence. They are able to analyze situations better. They have a lot of programs wherein learning was easier than just academics and books. My daughters became more responsible with their travel, with their schedule, with their timelines.
Before I start, I'm going to ask you guys a question. Very simple question.
How did I feel about the two of them? Definitely a proud dad. I'm very proud that they survived it. They came home more mature, stronger. You see their confidence. So sending them for a 1 week or 2 week program helps them transition to eventually go into university outside the Philippines. This is Carl D. Co-parents, if you are watching this, it's gonna be really worth it. The learning that your child will get at this stage in life, they will be able to use it for the next 20, 30, 40 years of their life. So I encourage you, if you are seeing this video, please, I encourage you to sign up.
Aku Erlin, aku dari Surabaya, mama dari Michael Cleverly, ikuti program AI Entrepreneurship Quality Program dari Global Citizen. Saya memilih program dari AI Global Citizen ini, soalnya saya merasa sekarang kan banyak yang berhubungan tentang AI. Jadi saya susah ya nemu yang ada program AI-nya ini. Waktu itu saya research, ternyata saya menemukan Global Citizen ini dan saya sangat suka dengan programnya dan saya mau mencoba. Wow, Michael Cleverly, waktu sehabis ikut program AI ini, dia bilang dia suka sekali. Dia bilang katanya sewaktu di program itu dia kenal banyak temen dari macam-macam negara. Terus dia tahu culture-nya, sifatnya mereka, dan tentang yang paling penting itu tentang program AI entrepreneurship-nya yang di setiap perusahaan. Yang di global ini yang saya suka itu dia juga bukan cuma seminar aja, tapi dia juga visit ke beberapa company. Jadi juga dipraktekkan company ini cara program AI-nya gimana. Jadi saya sangat suka sih, bukan cuma seminar aja, tapi dipraktekkan ke setiap pabrik-pabrik gitu. Nah, sangat jelas. Ya, setelah mengikuti program ini, Michael itu, saya melihat Michael itu bisa lebih mandiri, dan dia dengan program ini dia bisa tahu, oh setiap company ini ternyata memakai AI itu kayak gini gitu, dia bilang gitu. Dan dia tidak menyangka gitu. Jadi bukan cuma dari teori toh, tapi dia bisa tahu oh setiap company ini cara pakai AI-nya gimana. Dan itu sangat detail dan dia bisa ketemu dengan orangnya pabrik sana. Ya, dan ya dia bisa kenal dengan bermacam-macam teman sih dari negara yang itu juga sangat bagus. Ya saya sangat menyarankan yang orang-orang di sana, ya saya mengerti. Saya kan juga khawatir ya, pasti keluar gitu. Tapi Global Citizen ini bagus, jadi bisa mengajarkan programnya bagus lah dan bisa dipercaya. Ya.
I would like to thank all of our mentors and everybody who participated.
One of the aspects that I enjoyed was working with people from all over the world.
I learned so much, and I can say for everybody that we've learned a lot from all of our mentors.
I felt proud of myself when I made some new friends because usually not that social, and also when I speak up during class because it makes me feel like I have a part in the class as well.
You won't learn this at school, and also the certificate you can use for applying for high school, and it was very useful.
seminars really helped in giving more in-depth information about, for example, the SDGs and how the technologies and systems in Japan works. It really broadened my perspective on how science works in particular fields and countries.
Well, I'd say that I'm better at communicating with people that I've never met before because in most of the seminars and workshops, we were grouped with people that we still haven't met before, and it's really challenging for me still to try to meet new people, but being able to just talk in a group and it feels like we're all together because we're all in the same trip. It feels nice that I get to learn how to speak to other people.
I feel like it's my first time here in Japan and I'm traveling alone. The best factor that I could say is coming out of my comfort zone, learning more about the new culture of other countries, learning more about other people that came along and have the same interest and the same goal to completing this summer camp.
I actually gonna miss all the field trips because it is really interesting to visit in, and along with missing the other places we visited in the culture of Japan.
The biggest thing I like about this camp was the friends that I made, because the first time that in the airport, I saw a lot of people I didn't expect to meet, and I was so scared at first. But then, ever since the end of the day one, I really enjoyed, and I got to bond with new people, which was the sticking point to me for this trip.
We are from the Philippines and we are MindLeap, and our goal is to create an AI-integrated educational ecosystem.
Our finalist businesses from Vietnam, Optimal Optics.
We were actually looking for competitions and opportunities that would help us go on and face the world out there with one idea only, which is to give people access to students around the world for education.
You remember that we have two ideas and we keep debating with each other to pick which one?
Yeah, it was certainly a challenge to figure out which one would best suit our community and make the biggest impact on the people we're trying to solve. Throughout the process of entering the National Youth Entrepreneurship Competition, we faced a lot of challenges, but it was also very exciting.
We were able to win in the national round in the Philippines, and that we are given the opportunity to go to New York. That sort of gave us the motivation and the confidence to share this idea with the world.
Let's go.
And they showed us a few of the popular spots like Times Square, they showed us Macy's, and they even brought us to specific educational experiences.
Yeah, my favorite was probably ice skating in Bryant Park, and we also had some really nice hot chocolate out.
I love the Mad Antiques Museum. Seeing replicas of celebrities and how detailed they are, it's just really cool.
Participating in the World Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge was an exciting experience of a lifetime. We got to collaborate with friends from different nationalities. We got to work with mentors from all different institutions around the world.
The judges were also very supportive and insightful.
Once we raised our Philippine flag along with the other countries, we had a sense of pride, and we wanted to show the world, the global stage, that our idea will really help students.
And our advice to future students participating in this would be to tackle a small issue in your community, something that is feasible, something that you can solve yourself, than attempting to do something that's too grand or too big.
My advice to the next generation is to understand the world around you, to detect the problem that you think is the most closely related to you, that is you the most.
And you realize that in TGC, everything is just powerful, everything is impactful.
They showed us that our ideas matter, our voices deserve to be heard, and that we have the opportunities and that we have the skills to make it to New York. At New York, we wrote our story. Now, we're waiting for you to write the next part.
So join NYEC 2026 and we hope to see you there.
Hi, my name is Carl D. And my daughters are Catrice and Gianna. And this is our Go Global experience. In school, they focus on academics. So during summer, I tried to find programs that builds their independence. Anything outside of the school to develop the street smart and the self and godly confidence. My criteria for looking for a summer program is something that is not offered in the traditional school. Something that encourages the kids to think outside the box, ask questions, just deep dive into asking why is this happening? I just tried to research and the Global Citizen came up. And when I saw the program, they seemed to be very knowledgeable in what they do. And I think the first program we joined was in Singapore. So it was a safe country, making my family more comfortable to send our kids to the program. There's some worry at first, of course, because you're sending your kids off, diba? Parang, what if they don't come back and something happened to them? Good thing that the group handled it very well, and they assured me of the program. The kids are very happy with the experience. They've grown, they've matured. It was really worth it. So they traveled alone. Very interesting experience. They stayed, I think, in NUS. They went to museums, the recycling of Singapore, the trash management of Singapore, and I think that really built up their confidence. They are able to analyze situations better. They have a lot of programs wherein learning was easier than just academics and books. My daughters became more responsible with their travel, with their schedule, with their timelines.
Before I start, I'm going to ask you guys a question. Very simple question.
How did I feel about the two of them? Definitely a proud dad. I'm very proud that they survived it. They came home more mature, stronger. You see their confidence. So sending them for a 1 week or 2 week program helps them transition to eventually go into university outside the Philippines. This is Carl D. Co-parents, if you are watching this, it's gonna be really worth it. The learning that your child will get at this stage in life, they will be able to use it for the next 20, 30, 40 years of their life. So I encourage you, if you are seeing this video, please, I encourage you to sign up.
Aku Erlin, aku dari Surabaya, mama dari Michael Traverly, ikuti program AI Entrepreneurship Quality Program dari Global Citizen. Saya memilih program dari AI Global Citizen ini, soalnya saya merasa sekarang kan banyak yang berhubungan tentang AI. Jadi saya susah ya nemu yang ada program AI-nya ini. Waktu itu saya riset, lah ternyata saya menemukan Global Citizen ini dan saya sangat suka dengan programnya dan saya mau mencoba. Wow, Michael Traverly, waktu sehabis ikut program AI ini, dia bilang dia suka sekali. Dia bilang katanya sewaktu di program itu dia kenal banyak temen dari macam-macam negara. Terus dia tahu culture-nya, sifatnya mereka, dan tentang yang paling penting itu tentang program AI entrepreneurship-nya yang di setiap perusahaan. Yang di global ini yang saya suka itu dia juga bukan cuma seminar aja, tapi dia juga visit ke beberapa company. Jadi juga dipraktekkan, company ini cara program AI-nya gimana. Jadi saya sangat suka sih, bukan cuma seminar aja, tapi dipraktekkan ke setiap pabrik-pabrik gitu. Dan sangat jelas. Ya, setelah mengikuti program ini, Michael itu, saya melihat Michael itu bisa lebih mandiri, dan dia dengan program ini dia bisa tahu, oh setiap company ini ternyata memakai AI itu kayak gini gitu dia bilang gitu, dan dia tidak menyangka gitu. Jadi bukan cuma dari teori toh, tapi dia bisa tahu oh setiap company ini cara pakai AI-nya gimana. Dan itu sangat detail dan dia bisa ketemu dengan orangnya pabrik sana. Ya, dan ya dia bisa kenal dengan bermacam-macam teman sih dari negara yang itu juga sangat bagus. Ya saya sangat menyarankan yang orang-orang di sana, ya saya mengerti. Saya kan juga khawatir ya, maksudnya keluar gitu. Tapi Global Citizen ini bagus, jadi bisa mengajarkan programnya bagus lah dan bisa dipercaya. Ya.
I would like to thank all of our mentors and everybody who participated.
One of the aspects that I enjoyed was working with people from all over the world.
I learned so much, and I can say for everybody that we've learned a lot from all of our mentors.
I felt proud of myself when I made some new friends because usually not that social, and also when I speak up during class because it makes me feel like I have a part in the class as well.
You won't learn this at school, and also the certificate you can use for applying for high school, and it was very useful.
seminars really helped in giving more in-depth information about, for example, the SDGs and how the technologies and systems in Japan works. It really broadened my perspective on how science works in particular fields and countries.
Well, I'd say that I'm better at communicating with people that I've never met before because in most of the seminars and workshops, we were grouped with people that we still haven't met before, and it's really challenging for me still to try to meet new people, but being able to just talk in a group and it feels like we're all together because we're all in the same trip. It feels nice that I get to learn how to speak to other people.
I feel like it's my first time here in Japan and I'm traveling alone. The best factor that I could say is coming out of my comfort zone, learning more about the new culture of other countries, learning more about other people that came along and have the same interest and the same goal to completing this summer camp.
I actually missed all the field trips because it is really interesting to visit in, and along with missing the other places we visited in the culture of Japan.
The biggest thing I like about this camp was the friends that I made, because the first time that in the airport, I saw a lot of people I didn't expect to meet, and I was so scared at first. But then, ever since the end of the day one, I really enjoyed, and I got to bond with new people, which was the sticking point to me for this trip.
We are from the Philippines and we are MindLeap, and our goal is to create an AI-integrated educational ecosystem.
Our finalist businesses from Vietnam, Optimal Optics.
We were actually looking for competitions and opportunities that would help us go on and face the world out there with one idea only, which is to give people access to students around the world for education.
You remember that we have two ideas and we keep debating with each other to pick which one?
Yeah, it was certainly a challenge to figure out which one would best suit our community and make the biggest impact on the people we're trying to solve. Throughout the process of entering the National Youth Entrepreneurship Competition, we faced a lot of challenges, but it was also very exciting.
We were able to win in the national round in the Philippines, and that we are given the opportunity to go to New York. That sort of gave us the motivation and the confidence to share this idea with the world.
Let's go.
And they showed us a few of the popular spots like Times Square, they showed us Macy's, and they even brought us to specific educational experiences.
Yeah, my favorite was probably ice skating in Bryant Park, and we also had some really nice hot chocolate out.
I love the Mad Antiques Museum. Seeing replicas of celebrities and how detailed they are, it's just really cool.
Participating in the World Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge was an exciting experience of a lifetime. We got to collaborate with friends from different nationalities. We got to work with mentors from all different institutions around the world.
The judges were also very supportive and insightful.
Once we raised our Philippine flag along with the other countries, we had a sense of pride, and we wanted to show the world, the global stage, that our idea will really help students.
And our advice to future students participating in this would be to tackle a small issue in your community, something that is feasible, something that you can solve yourself, than attempting to do something that's too grand or too big.
My advice to the next generation is to understand the world around you, to detect the problem that you think is the most closely related to you, that is you the most.
And we realize that in TGC, everything is just powerful, everything is impactful.
They showed us that our ideas matter, our voices deserve to be heard, and that we have the opportunities and that we have the skills to make it to New York. At New York, we wrote our story. Now, we're waiting for you to write the next part.
So join NYEC 2026 and we hope to see you there.
Hi, my name is Carl D. And my daughters are Catrice and Gianna. And this is our Go Global experience. In school, they focus on academics. So during summer, I tried to find programs that builds their independence. Anything outside of the school to develop the street smart and the self and godly confidence. My criteria for looking for a summer program is something that is not offered in the traditional school. Something that encourages the kids to think outside the box, ask questions, just deep dive into asking why is this happening? I just tried to research and the Global Citizen came up. And when I saw the program, they seemed to be very knowledgeable in what they do. And I think the first program we joined was in Singapore. So it was a safe country, making my family more comfortable to send our kids to the program. There's some worry at first, of course, because you're sending your kids off, diba? Parang, what if they don't come back and something happened to them? Good thing that the group handled it very well, and they assured me of the program. The kids are very happy with the experience. They've grown, they've matured. It was really worth it. They traveled alone. Very interesting experience. They stayed, I think, in NUS. They went to museums, the recycling of Singapore, the trash management of Singapore, and I think that really built up their confidence. They are able to analyze situations better. They have a lot of programs wherein learning was easier than just academics and books. My daughters became more responsible with their travel, with their schedule, with their timelines.
Before I start, I'm going to ask you guys a question. Very simple question.
How did I feel about the two of them? Definitely a proud dad. I'm very proud that they survived it. They came home more mature, stronger. You see their confidence. So sending them for a 1 week or 2 week program helps them transition to eventually go into university outside the Philippines. This is Carl D. Co-parents, if you are watching this, it's gonna be really worth it. The learning that your child will get at this stage in life, they will be able to use it for the next 20, 30, 40 years of their life. So I encourage you, if you are seeing this video, please, I encourage you to sign up.
Aku Erlin, aku dari Surabaya, mama dari Michael Travelly, ikuti program AI Entrepreneurship Quality Program dari Global Citizen. Saya memilih program dari AI Global Citizen ini, soalnya saya merasa sekarang kan Michael Travelly, waktu sehabis ikut program AI ini, dia bilang dia suka sekali. Dia bilang katanya sewaktu di program itu dia kenal banyak temen dari macam-macam negara. Terus dia tahu culture-nya, sifatnya mereka, dan tentang yang paling penting itu tentang program AI entrepreneurship-nya yang di setiap perusahaan. Yang di global ini yang saya suka itu dia juga bukan cuma seminar aja, tapi dia juga visit ke beberapa company. Jadi juga dipraktekkan company ini cara program AI-nya gimana. Jadi saya sangat suka sih, bukan cuma seminar aja, tapi dipraktekkan ke setiap pabrik-pabrik gitu. Dan sangat jelas. Ya, setelah mengikuti program ini, Michael itu, saya melihat Michael itu bisa lebih mandiri, dan dia dengan program ini dia bisa tahu, oh setiap company ini ternyata pemakai AI itu kayak gini gitu dia bilang gitu. Dan dia tidak menyangka gitu. Jadi bukan cuma dari teori toh, tapi dia bisa tahu oh setiap company ini cara pakai AI-nya gimana. Dan itu sangat detail dan dia bisa ketemu dengan orangnya pabrik sana. Ya, dan ya dia bisa kenal dengan bermacam-macam teman sih dari negara yang itu juga sangat bagus. Ya saya sangat menyarankan yang orang-orang di sana. Ya saya mengerti. Saya kan juga khawatir ya, maksudnya keluar gitu. Tapi global citizen ini bagus, jadi bisa mengajarkan programnya bagus lah dan bisa dipercaya. Ya.
I would like to thank all of our mentors and everybody who participated.
One of the aspects that I enjoyed was working with people from all over the world.
I learned so much, and I can say for everybody that we've learned a lot from all of our mentors.
I felt proud of myself when I made some new friends because usually not that social, and also when I speak up during class because it makes me feel like I have a part in the class as well.
You won't learn this at school, and also the certificate you can use for applying for high school, and it was very useful.
papers in my hand, and we're not starting to stream just yet, but we're trying to get everyone back from lunch and trying to get you all hyped up once again. We have a very special segment, and like I said, it's for the parents, but I don't see a lot of parents over here. How many parents are here today? I see the one. I see only one. So we'll try. Cue the game show, please. So we're going to be having a game show. It's called Space Quiz. Okay, anyone can take part. Initially, this was planned for parents, but since none of the parents are here, maybe just one, we're going to open it up to the floor and see how many of you know and understand and get things right or get things the fastest. This is just for fun. There's not going to be any winners or any losers. We'll try not to have any losers. But yeah, this is all just for fun and for you to take part. So without further ado, I'm going to get all of you to sabotage your friends and come on up. How many parents are here right now? Just the one? Just the one. Do you want to partake in this? Do you want to come on up? Do you want to come on up and try to go through the quiz? It's about space. It's about what your kids has learned during the past 2 months. It's for fun. All right. Okay. You want to come up? Okay. That's okay. For all the students that are here today, please sabotage one of your friends or one of your group mates to come on up. You want to get that guy? You're being sabotaged. You got to come up. You got to come up. Come on up. Come on up for the space quiz. Give him a round of applause. That's our first participant. What team are you from? You're ID 11. ID 11. I talked to your friend just now. I think. Come on down. I was expecting applause, but hopefully that's one more. Okay. I see the girls there looking over. I want to have a girl on this side. I remember your name. I remember your team's name. Akagard. You got to tell. Oh, you turned. No, it's you. It's you. You turned. You turned. You got to come up. You got to come up. Okay, sabotage one person to come up. Okay, come on. It's going to be fun. There's a lot of support from the rest of us. Come on up, Akagard. Wait, he stand up. Does he want to partake in the quiz? Oh, man. Well, we tried. Hey, yeah. Is someone? Okay. He's just hiding right now. Just come on up on stage. Okay, while the rest are getting it together. This is ID 11. What's your team name?
Sir Yawan.
Sir what? Sir Yawan. Sir Yawan, what's your name and what school are you representing coming into Ascend?
My name's Ronan and I'm from BSJ.
Ronan from BSJ. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we have one here. Come on up. The stage is open for all of you to join in on this. It's supposed to be for your parents, but we'll see how far you go with this. This should be easy for you guys.
Hi, my name is Carl D. And my daughters are Catrice and Gianna. And this is our Go Global experience. In school, they focus on academics. So during summer, I tried to find programs that builds their independence. Anything outside of the school to develop the street smart and the self and godly confidence. My criteria for looking for a summer program is something that is not offered in the traditional school. Something that encourages the kids to think outside the box, ask questions, just deep dive into asking why is this happening? I just tried to research and the Global Citizen came up. And when I saw the program, they seemed to be very knowledgeable in what they do. And I think the first program we joined was in Singapore. So it was a safe country, making my family more comfortable to send our kids to the program. There's some worry at first, of course, because you're sending your kids off, diba? Parang, what if they don't come back and something happened to them? Good thing that the group handled it very well. and they assured me of the program. The kids are very happy with the experience. They've grown, they've matured. It was really worth it. So they traveled alone. Very interesting experience. They stayed, I think, in NUS. They went to museums, the recycling of Singapore, the trash management of Singapore, and I think that really built up their confidence. They are able to analyze situations better. They have a lot of programs wherein learning was easier than just academics and books. My daughters became more responsible with their travel, with their schedule, with their timelines.
Before I start, I'm going to ask you guys a question. Very simple question.
How did I feel about the two of them? Definitely a proud dad. I'm very proud that they survived it. They came home more mature, stronger. You see their confidence. So sending them for a 1 week or 2 week program helps them transition to eventually go into university outside the Philippines. This is Carl D. Co-parents, if you are watching this, it's gonna be really worth it. The learning that your child will get at this stage in life, they will be able to use it for the next 20, 30, 40 years of their life. So I encourage you, if you are seeing this video, please, I encourage you to sign up.
Aku Erlin, aku dari Surabaya, mama dari Michael Cleverly, ikuti program AI Entrepreneurship Quality Program dari Global Citizen. Saya memilih program dari AI Global Citizen ini, soalnya saya merasa sekarang kan banyak yang berhubungan tentang AI. Jadi saya susah ya nemu yang ada program AI-nya ini. Waktu itu saya riset, nah ternyata saya menemukan Global Citizen ini dan saya sangat suka dengan programnya dan saya mau mencoba. Wow, Michael Cleverly waktu sehabis ikut program AI ini, dia bilang dia suka sekali. Dia bilang katanya sewaktu di program itu dia kenal banyak temen dari macam-macam negara. Terus dia tahu culture-nya, sifatnya mereka, dan tentang yang paling penting itu tentang program AI entrepreneurship-nya yang di setiap perusahaan. Yang di global ini yang saya suka itu dia juga bukan cuma seminar aja, tapi dia juga visit ke beberapa company. Jadi juga dipraktekkan, company ini cara program AI-nya gimana. Jadi saya sangat suka sih, bukan cuma seminar aja, tapi dipraktekkan ke setiap pabrik-pabrik gitu. Dan sangat jelas. Ya, setelah mengikuti program ini, Michael itu, saya melihat Michael itu bisa lebih mandiri, dan dia dengan program ini dia bisa tahu, oh setiap company ini ternyata memakai AI itu kayak gini gitu, dia bilang gitu, dan dia tidak menyangka gitu. Jadi bukan cuma dari teori toh, tapi dia bisa tahu, oh setiap company ini cara pakai AI-nya gimana. Dan itu sangat detail dan dia bisa ketemu dengan orangnya pabrik sana. Ya, dan dia bisa kenal dengan bermacam-macam teman sih dari negara, yang itu juga sangat bagus. Ya, saya sangat menyarankan yang orang-orang di sana. Ya, saya mengerti. Saya kan juga khawatir ya, maksudnya keluar gitu. Tapi Global Citizen ini bagus, jadi bisa mengajarkan programnya bagus lah dan bisa dipercaya. Ya.
I would like to thank all of our mentors and everybody who participated.
One of the aspects that I enjoyed was working with people from all over the world.
I learned so much, and I can say for everybody that we've learned a lot from all of our mentors.
I felt proud of myself when I made some new friends because usually not that social, and also when I speak up during class because it makes me feel like I have a part in the class as well.
You won't learn this at school, and also the certificate you can use for applying for high school, and it was very useful.
The seminars really helped in giving more in-depth information about, for example, the SDGs and how the technologies and systems in Japan works. It really broadened my perspective on how science works in particular fields and countries.
Well, I'd say that I'm better at communicating with people that I've never met before because in most of the seminars and workshops, we were grouped with people that we still haven't met before, and it's really challenging for me still to try to meet new people, but being able to just talk in a group and it feels like we're all together because we're all in the same trip. It feels nice that I get to learn how to speak to other people.
I feel like it's my first time here in Japan and I'm traveling alone. The best factor that I could say is coming out of my comfort zone, learning more about the new culture of other countries, learning more about other people that came along and have the same interest and the same goal to completing this summer camp.
I actually gonna miss all the field trips because it is really interesting to visit in, and along with missing the other places we visited in the culture of Japan.
The biggest thing I like about this camp was the friends that I made, because the first time that in the airport, I saw a lot of people I didn't expect to meet, and I was so scared at first. But then, ever since the end of the day one, I really enjoyed, and I got to bond with new people, which was the sticking point to me for this trip.
We are from the Philippines and we are MindLeap, and our goal is to create an AI-integrated educational ecosystem.
Our finalist businesses from Vietnam, Optimal Optics.
We were actually looking for competitions and opportunities that would help us go on and face the world out there with one idea only, which is to give people access to students around the world for education.
You remember that we have two ideas and we keep debating with each other to pick which one?
Yeah, it was certainly a challenge to figure out which one would best suit our community and make the biggest impact on the people we're trying to solve. Throughout the process of entering the National Youth Entrepreneurship Competition, we faced a lot of challenges, but it was also very exciting.
We were able to win in the national round in the Philippines, and that we are given the opportunity to go to New York. That sort of gave us the motivation and the confidence to share this idea with the world.
Let's go.
And they showed us a few of the popular spots like Times Square, they showed us Macy's, and they even brought us to specific educational experiences.
Yeah, my favorite was probably ice skating in Bryant Park, and we also had some really nice hot chocolate out.
I love the Mad Artistic Museum. Seeing replicas of celebrities and how detailed they are, it's just really cool.
Participating in the World Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge was an exciting experience of a lifetime. We got to collaborate with friends from different nationalities. We got to work with mentors from all different institutions around the world.
The judges were also very supportive and insightful.
Once we raised our Philippine flag along with the other countries, we had a sense of pride, and we wanted to show the world, the global stage, that our idea will really help students.
And our advice to future students participating in this would be to tackle a small issue in your community, something that is feasible, something that you can solve yourself, than attempting to do something that's too grand or too big.
My advice to the next generation is to understand the world around you, to detect the problem that you think is the most closely related to you, that aging you the most.
And we realize that in TGC, everything is just powerful, everything is impactful.
They showed us.
We're going to be starting off, not in Indonesia, but this being a cross-regional finale. Let's hear from the presentation of Vietnam. Let's play the stream.
Ban tổ chức xin mời ông Quân lên chụp hình kỷ niệm với ban tổ chức. A special thanks to Ms. Rahian, Science and STEM Program Manager of Fanica School, and special thanks to Mr. Tan Xiu, Hello everyone. Can I kindly to ask you to get back to your seat as we resume the presentation from VN2. Xin mời các bạn thí sinh và các vị khách quý có thể quay lại chỗ ngồi để chúng ta sẽ bắt đầu chương trình. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn. Một lần nữa xin mời các bạn thí sinh quay lại chỗ ngồi để team VN2 có thể bắt đầu phần thuyết trình. Xin mời các bạn thí sinh và các vị khách quý quay lại chỗ ngồi để chúng ta có thể tiếp tục phần thuyết trình của VN2. Hello everyone, can I have your attention please? Xin yêu cầu các bạn thí sinh và các vị khách quý quay lại chỗ ngồi để chúng ta có thể bắt đầu phần thuyết trình. Okay, hello everyone. We'll now begin the presentation section. For the first team presenting, please come forward. Team VN2 Flood Sentinel, the stage is yours.
Hi, we are VN Team 2. I'm Jacqueline. So I'm gonna present our project, which is named Flood Sentinels. So where do we get our motivation from? So we aim to create a satellite that can provide help to rescue forces and local authorities and the government, since our country, Vietnam, is prone to extreme weather conditions such as flood or storm. But conventional satellites and fly cameras, they are not practical because fly cameras, they cannot survive extreme conditions such as strong wind or thick clouds and so on. In conventional satellite, they has really high latency, up to 24 hours, and we will miss the 72 golden hours to rescue people. So we created a satellite named Flood Sentinels that can be more practical and realistic and especially low cost and can be accessed and afforded by by most local authorities. This is our idea and inspiration. Well, from our executive summaries, the first is a smart tips lift. Well,
with this mode, with the mechanisms, as we can see, is the satellite deactivates all its sensors, maintaining only the real time to the clock. Then the energy charging, we will use the solar panels, we charge the batteries. The next is the wake up and geofencing. About the geofencing mechanisms, the satellites automatically wake up when the GPS detects it. Well, we will geofencing in the Vietnam location. Then through acquisitions and edge processing, we use the OV5640 camera captures the images. And then we will use the AI inference, executed TinyML algorithms to classify flood water, land, or some of the clouds. Then finally, we use the LoRa transmissions, transmit our alert packet in via for 3D enhanced LoRa waves beacons. Then with the beacon mode and beacon mode broadcasts periodic signals to allow rescue teams to check the locations.
Please look at our diagram. And this is our expected cost. You can look at our equipment.
Well, in the engineering and technology, we will minimize our costs at least is $70 for all of this, because in our Vietnam country we have to use a very cheap cards. So I think this is a very suitable cost for us to do it in our district or some of our country.
This is our expected electricity consumption.
This is our CubeSat, and this is our BART. And in this part, we have very many challenges. First is this our BART. This our BART, we do it in a work with app. So there are some accessories. So we have to instead of use some positions or something in it, because this app is very of accessories. So we have to use the buttons or the switch to instead of something we need.
For the cost, we can ensure that this gadget is accessible and affordable, since it costs under $100. And our target customers are local authorities and the government and some rescue forces, but they are in Vietnam, and we can look at the financial status of our country to adjust the prices and to ensure that the final cost isn't too high.
About our development roadmap in the future is in the first slide, we can see in the Feb of 2026, we'll finalize the 3D CAD design, and the second road is in the 15th March of 2026, the brand of the components. Then in the 30th of March in 2026, there's a flat size PCB assembly. And then in April 2026, a lower long range, we have the testing. And in May 2026, we will launch.
That is the end of our presentation. Thank you for your attentive listening.
Thank you, VN1. VN2, please remain on the stage because I have a few interview questions for you guys. It's just a casual one, no worries. So my first question is, what inspired you to do this project? Was there a moment or story that kicked it off?
What inspired us is our love to our country. What inspired us is the love to our country, our citizen, and we see that in so many regions, people are experiencing harsh and extreme weather conditions due to climate change or some other factors. And I feel sorry for people who cannot be saved. They could have been saved if the signals and information were sent to rescue forces in time. So we are inspired and we tried to create a more sufficient, a more effective and realistic satellite that can that is low cost, can be afforded by several sorts of authorities, forces, rescue forces, and especially we try to minimize the latency. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. My another questions will be, what was the toughest challenge that you guys faced during the developmental phase of this project, and how did you guys overcome it?
Well, about the challenge of our project, the hardest challenge is our time. So because we are the students and we have to study all day, so we don't have too much time to meet each other to have a meeting group or discuss. So sometimes we have some conflicts between each others, and it's lead us very a break time we need to think about. And this is the captain, so he often solve our problems to each others, and then we will say with our topic, then talk to each other what we need to solve, what we need to do, and make our plans to come and to do ours like this.
Thank you very much. But it's a great thing that you guys overcome it and made it to top 3. So congratulations. Thank you, Team VN2. Let's give them a round of applause, everyone. Okay, so now will be the time for the second team. Team VN3, QT, the stage is yours.
Good morning, respected judges and everyone here today. Today, our team is VN3 QTIT team. Our team consists of 4 members. Dan Chun Ming, which is our team leader. Do Kao Tien, Phan Minh Thuan, which is me, and Phan Minh. Today we'll be going through 6 parts. First, the vision, then problem, solution, the product and technology behind the project, the business model, and finally the conclusion. Throughout the years, space has transformed from mainly for exploration into the backbone of global connectivity for things such as internet, Wi-Fi, and etc. So the need for improving and maintaining a safe, stable, and sustainable space environment becomes critical to ensure uninterrupted connectivity and future space operations. The problem, the low Earth orbit is becoming increasingly crowded with satellites and space debris. Communication satellites must frequently perform collision avoidance maneuvers, which results in increased fuel consumption, shorter mission lifetime, higher operational costs, temporary disruptions in data transmission, and overall a waste of effort. These challenges directly impact aviation connectivity and internet access in remote areas. So, our solution is Space Safety CubeSat 1 New, which is an environmental monitoring CubeSat designed to detect, to track, and also analyze objects in real time. By delivering early collision awareness and predictive orbital analytics, we allow operators to reduce unnecessary collision and avoidance maneuvers. We also optimize fuel consumption and extend mission lifetimes. Also, we maintain operational safety in congested and crowded orbits. Finally, we ensure stable and uninterrupted connectivity services. Our solution is space safety over here. First, the data is transmitted through a camera and sensoring, which collects real-time data. Then the data is transported from space to ground using the LoRa connection. The ground data will make in-time analysis in order to make the correct actions. Finally, we will transmit the data through communication satellites and even to the space safety.
In there, we have a simulator system, include the ESP32 microcontroller, the distance sensor, and the temperature and humidity sensor. We have electric source and prototype.
The distance sensor collects data related to distance, and the temperature and humidity sensor collected data related to temperature and humidity. After that, those sensors transmit the harvested data to the SB32 microcontroller. And finally, the SB32 microcontroller transmits the data to the server called ThinkSpeed.
As you can see here, this is our prototype that we execute through our wiki. Firstly, we have our ESP32. Next one is this is the distance measuring sensor. The next one over here is the acceleration and orientation assessment sensors, and finally our temperature monitoring sensors.
In there, we have the result of the chart. It shows the distance result of the distance sensor, and two charts show the humidity and the temperature result.
Moving on to the business model, QTIT operates as a data as a service platform which delivers subscription-based orbital monitoring and collision risk analytics. In the value proposition, our product will help reduce the risk of collision and accidents that are created by various objects happening in space. We also improve safety, reliability, and long-term sustainability of space communication systems. Our main customers will be the environmentalists, government agents, and people who need to keep track of littering rates or the amount of waste existing. It can also be space businesses focusing on communication satellites. For example, Airbus, SpaceX, or Lockheed Martin. Rapid growth in low Earth orbit constellations and aviation connectivity is increasing demand for space situational awareness. Operators need reliable orbital monitoring to reduce risk and also to extend satellite lifetimes, which creates a fast-growing market for these solutions. Our competitive advantage lies in real-time orbit observation and scalable monitoring through multiple CubeSat deployments. We also have a cost advantage, which enables low-cost deployment and scalable expansion. Space Safety CubeSat delivers real-life orbital monitoring and predictive collision analytics to reduce unnecessary maneuvers, extend satellite lifetimes, and maintain uninterrupted connectivity for aviation and remote regions. We
Thank you, QT team. So I'm very curious about you guys' project. So I have some interview questions for you guys as well. So after everything, after a few weeks of developments, of the boot camps, what was your biggest learning takeaway from this competition?
Our biggest learning takeaway is we learned how to code and also experience our usage in some sensors, and we enjoy working with professors that have a deep understanding about the sensors and also the whole project we are currently learning.
I see. So I also heard that you guys have something to show us, right? So would you like to bring your laptop here and show to the audience as well? Maybe just one member come and grab the laptop. Okay, so maybe in the meantime, I have another interview question for you guys. So if you guys have one more week, what would you improve first and why?
I think we will improve on the frame of the satellite. As you can see, this is only the prototype and also only the core of our satellite. We haven't thought much about developing the frame outside and how to actually launch it to space. So if it is one more week, we'll try our best to work on that.
Okay, thank you very much. So maybe my last question for you guys would be, what inspired you to create this project? And maybe can you walk us through the story, or is there any reason, special reason that you guys do this project?
So our
Inspiration is we after a week of brainstorming, we kind of decide to care about the academia. So we decide to do some more research on the future, and we saw that in the future people will be able to travel in space and to the moon. And so we came up with this project in order to help detect objects that there's like ears that are on customers' safety and also space agency.
Thank you very much. So you guys have something to show to the audience and to the judge as well, right? Okay, let's wait for a few moments. Okay, so now I'll give you guys maybe 3 more minutes to presenting what you want to share to the audience.
The last thing I want to show, we want to show is the result of the circuit is a real time. And we can see we have 3 charts show the distance, temperature, and humidity, and it proves that our simulator circuit is work. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, the QT team. Please give them a round of applause, everyone. Now, last but not least, we have another team from top 3, Team VN9 Orbit Trip. The stage is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are doing all well, and thank you for all of you talented future engineers for being here and listening to my presentation right now. So before I start, I want to tell you all a little story, just a really quick one. So ever since I was a kid, I loved airplanes. And ever since growing up, I surrounded my life with making planes, playing simulators, even role-playing as pilots. And as I grew older and older, my love for planes transcended just simple games. I dived deep into the expanded world of aviation, and I found out one thing that devastated me the most. You see, the aviation industry is facing a huge problem in the sky right now. As I am speaking, hundreds of thousands of flights are flying in the sky with a undetectable threat, putting millions of passengers in danger that could result in death. You see, the danger that I am talking about is clear air turbulence, also known as CAT. These turbulence are no ordinary turbulence. Their physical properties doesn't allow for any traditional detection at all. Even our eyes, advanced radars on the ground, on the aircraft, none can detect CAT. And this problem has existed for many, many years. And with climate change worsening and worsening, this problem becomes more prevalent in our modern aviation world. And we can see that back a few years ago, Singapore Airlines Flight 123 suffered this very catastrophic invisible enemy. 41 cases hospitalized and 1 death, just from turbulence alone. And note that this number right here, $500 million annually, that is just in the USA alone. And we're not talking about the global scale yet. There's $1 billion in the USA alone. You can see how big this problem is becoming. The market, the aviation industry is becoming more and more desperate for a solution. So that's why today our team, Orbit Drift, we bring you a glimpse into the future, Halo V1. We are going to bring you a way to see the thing that cannot be seen. So what is the Halo V1? The Halo V1 is an advanced 1U CubeSat that combines new revolutionary technology that can help detect this invincible enemy, which is radio occultation. Paired with advanced edge processing and layered tier system, we can effectively map and predict how CAD will form, and then from there help to solve this headache of a problem. You see, data doesn't lie. Aviation keeps growing even after tanking a deep decline since COVID. And companies have been trying to replicate this technology. For example, Avtech, Panasonic, or tomorrow, with some even applying artificial intelligence into this field of aviation. But they all lack the one thing that our group bring to the market. They lack physical evidence of the sky itself. While they rely on other senses to actually hear or listen to the CAD, we are the eyes of the sky that can see all of the sky and detect CAD, that effectively send data back to the ground center. And you see, as I've said before, $500 million, the number in USA alone. But with the introduction of Halo V1, we aim to reduce the cost of maintenance per aircraft up to a decrease of 30%. Mind you, which is more than $600,000 per aircraft if we take into consideration of the $2 million per aircraft maintenance value. And as you can see, the turbulence maintenance market has been predicted to grow at a incremental rate, valuing at almost $45 billion within 2033. And this is proof for the market that we are aiming for, that this market is hungry and ready for our technology. And our revenue model is relatively simple. We divide it into 3 separate tiers, and tier 1 is our first goal of this project, aiming to sell our data and making a safety map for flights, for airlines, for pilots, and this data will help them save countless lives and reduce billions in maintenance costs, along with humanitarian costs and damage overall. But you have to say, why are we doing this now? Why not yesterday? Why not tomorrow? Or why not 10 or 20 years later? You see, right now, the evolution of technology is not waiting for us anymore. The upgrade of advanced silicon, along with the reduced cost of space launch. For example, companies like SpaceX, Blue Origin, they reduce the launch for a cargo as small as a 1 kilogram cube down 10 times cheaper compared to before. And all of our system can be compressed into this singular 1U CubeSat. From the algorithm, from complex algorithm to advanced software that can be used through simple hardware that costs merely a fraction or a tiny finito fraction of the satellite that we currently use in the sky. And you can see this is our advantage. It is much cheaper compared to the technology that we are using as of now, and it is a more reliable way to effectively detect CAD and possibly help save life where it couldn't have been. And our milestone, we are going very fast. As of now, we are almost done with our prototyping phase with our hardware. Our software development is also taking shape, and we plan to launch our first prototype within the end of this first semester. Along with that, we will incorporate our technology with a regional airliner from there to expand our technology into a web of satellite that can be launched across the sky of Vietnam to help detect and continuously save flights from colliding with this turbulence. So we plan to save up $2,500 for this project, and aside from money, we also need mentorship, access to historical data, and even
if possible, PCB and hardware sponsorship. From there, we could actually develop a functional product that can be launched into the market. So the physics is there, the math is there, the market is open and ready for us. So why are we waiting now? Orbit Drift. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Orbit Drift. Please remain on the stage for the photo. Hey, thank you so much. I also have some interview question for you as well. So, what was your biggest aha moment during the bootcamp and during the workings of the project? What is your biggest aha moment, like surprise moment, when during the bootcamp or during the development of the project?
So the biggest aha moment for me was when me and my team found out how to actually vision through radio presentation. Yeah. You that highlights more global. And we figured out that we can shrink the scale down to a layer of stratosphere that we can then use to help planes avoid those cat regions.
Okay, thank you very much. So, how did you find out about Ascend, and what is the motivation for you to join and your team to join Ascend 2026?
Well, I was doom scrolling Facebook when I found an ad about Ascent, and I figured that why not get out of my comfort zone and go out to find a team to join up for this competition, and also for a reason that I love really much. I really love aerospace, so part of my personal desire to join this.
Okay, thank you very much. My last interview question maybe this one you can talk a bit more about your team, how you guys work together as well. So what was you guys' journey from week 1 until now, and what changed the most from your perspective? How did you like find out like awesome team members to form this group and to do this project?
So to make a team and join this project, I had to team up with some students from an organization that I am part in. And I think the most change that I've observed through week 1 to this is the fact that everyone in my team said that they're gonna go to Hanoi with me, and now I am here alone. So, but speaking of the technical part, I think the most change is we actually made a product, because our initial planning was to only have a 3D rendering of the product and not an actual product yet. So I'm really proud of the fact that we actually managed to 3D print one of our 3D modeling. We also have some other prototype, but this one was the most stable one that we could print.
Okay, so thank you very much. Everyone, please give a round of applause to Team VN9.
Back, Indonesia and Vietnam, that was some interesting presentations from our sister region all the way on the Mekong side over in Vietnam. It was really interesting. Right now, it's back to Indonesia. We have our alliance finalists that will be announcing the top 2 teams that will be presenting on stage. So when I call your teams, please head on over to the right side of the stage and get ready. Prepare your best smiles because you are live on stream. Oh, by the way, for those of you who are wondering, this stream will be cut, and so you can rewatch it once again after the end of the presentation, as well. So we're going to archive all the students' projects, all the student works, and the live presentation for the finale for you here online, and will live forever. So Without further ado, the Alliance finalists will be coding next to Eris. Give a round of applause for KN2, Eris. And our second finalist from the Alliance, we got KN1, Ratanga. Congratulations, please. Go over to the right side of the stage and meet Miss Natasha and get prepared for your presentation. It's going to be interesting for both these two teams. We heard a little bit, if you were here during the lunch break, they came up on stage, we played a little game, but now we'll be hearing the full presentation. We'll start off with KN2, Eris. The stage is yours. Give them a round of applause, guys. And also, please take your seats at the front of the house so you can hear them a little bit better. Gentlemen, this is Team Eris.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges and distinguished teams, we are KN2, and this is our 1U Iris CubeSat. My name is Dennis, and today I will be presenting to you our CubeSat that we've been working on. Throughout this conference room, we can see many great inventions, ranging from redundant to unique, from critical to tertiary. But to invent something, there shall be time and place.
Well, global temperatures are rising, and wildfire seasons get more and more frequent each time. And people and things need to be rescued. And governments need to spend millions, if not billions, on these rescues. But why spend all that money if you get a more cheaper and reliable option? And we all know sending researchers into dangerous or remote areas is very risky and could lose lives. But why risk lives when something else could go monitor and detect for you?
Sorry? Can the committee? Next. So the CubeSat. Our 1U CubeSat is including the ESP Room 32 as the microcontroller, or the OBC. This microcontroller is equipped with multiple environmental sensors like the MQ2 for gas proxy, the MLX for the BMU280 for humidity and temperature, and all of these environmental sensors are combined into our own framework that we call the Maverick framework. The Maverick framework, or the multi environmental validation framework, uses all of these environmental sensors to then compute an ERI. Then compute an ERI on that it is based if it is likely to happen a natural disaster or not. Basically how it works, Basically how it works, the satellite is flown above space and then it detects the regions that the researchers or camper are at. This region and then will be taken by all of the sensors and calculated and sent back to the ground station. Then at the ground station, the researchers or campers can see all of those activities inside the local network. If it is necessary to contact a rescue team, like for example, if the ERI is 0.7 or higher, that means that it is very likely for a natural disaster to happen. That means that the nearest rescue team will be called. For our technical flow, we divide it into 3 layers: the edge node, communication layer, and ground segment. The edge node is where the ambient temperature sensors, humidity servers, and gas sensors are being taken. Of course, with all of these sensors, we all know that technologies can sometimes mess up. So every 30 seconds, it takes all of the values from the sensors, and after 3 or 4 iterations, it will filter it using the simple moving average. The simple moving average will then be used on the ERI risk classification. If the ERI is 0.4 or below, that means that it is low risk. 0.4 to 0.7 elevated and 0.7 high risk. In the communication layer, we are using the LoRa communication module to send the data back to the ground station and vice versa. Lastly, on the ground segment, on the environmental risk, after everything is being sent, we can see all of the data in the local network using the monitoring dashboards. And again, if it is necessary, the nearest rescue team will be contacted.
All right, behind the technology itself, the key question of ARIS is how it can operate in a global scale. So basically, our revenue model focuses on organizations that already invest in environmental monitoring and risk management. In our revenue model, we provide 5 main structure. First of all, ARIS targets 3 primary stakeholders. First of all is the government and environmental agencies, where they are responsible for wildfire and wildfire monitoring and research institutions. They are basically they require continuous environmental data sets for ecosystem and climate research. And the third primary stakeholder is the infrastructure operations, where they manage environmental risk and regulations. And what they pay is for environmental monitoring and data access and risk intelligence reports. For what is paid, they need early hazard detection, remote monitoring, and environmental data sets. So basically, they pay this by monitoring contracts, data subscription, industrial monitoring subscription. And for the how much is paid, we will break down again in the next slide. So basically, this is our sum or serviceable obtainable market, where we take an example region of Central Kalimantan, and we use these, and we research these organizations that live up to in Central Kalimantan. We then calculate on our total revenue and our profit. So basically, for government agency, we sell these subscriptions for $2,000 and then we get a total of $6,000. And then for research institution, we sell of each these data around $1,200 and estimates around $3,600. And for industrial monitoring, we can see that we sell for each of these data around for $3,000, and the total cost is $9,000. So the total revenue we can get in year 1 is around $18,600. And what we calculated from the bill of materials in system operation costs, we got around $2,400. So basically, our projected profit for year 1. So this is the serviceable obtainable market we did for year 1, where we get around the projected profit of $16,200. So basically, go back to the previous slide. This is for the serviceable SAM, where we scale it into a larger area. And then for the, I explained in the Central Kalimantan, it was for year 1 until year 3. So we can scale it into a more scalable. Next slide.
So after all of these technicalities, after all of this talk about money, after all this talk about computation, there is one question that still remains. Why us? Or more importantly, why Iris? Well, Iris provides their own framework that we built ourselves, the Maverick framework. This allows for the fastest computational efficiency. Secondly, our cost to build one CubeSat is very low, at least the lowest compared to other solutions that we encounter. Third, and if not the most important, the power that we are using is very little, meaning that we are very effective with power. So, why Iris? Time, efficiency, and money. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Iris. Please join me in the center of the stage for a short interview session before we conclude. Just hold on to that. It's fine. Oh, okay. Okay. Once again, can you introduce your name? I know you're from Coding Next. You're in the Lions team as well. So your name and maybe what school you're from.
Hello everyone, my name is Muhammad Daniel Salka Lubis. I'm from SMA Negeri 3 Medan.
And my name is Ryan Mufid. I'm from SMA Negeri 81 Jakarta.
And my name is James Terin Chandra. I'm from Stomos School in Medan for SMP and SMA.
Okay, so from all many different schools all around the Jakarta region.
No,
I'm from Medan.
They're from Medan, I'm from Jakarta.
So how does that work?
Because we're on different islands, we can't technically meet physically, so all of our communications are based online.
Oh, okay. Maybe take us through. This was an incredible and brilliant project of yours, especially with forest fires. We've been battling it for years and years on end. There's not a lot of solutions, and it's farmers are stuck in their own ways. But what was the hardest challenge for you, since communication is an issue, and building up this project as a whole is truly inspiring for this level of competition.
Thank you, first and foremost. I guess the biggest challenge is, again, communication. Why the communication is the biggest challenge? Because, like, let's say I want to work on the 3D modeling, and this guy and Mufid wants to work on the coding, let's say. Because our time is different. Technically, we're still in the same time zones, but the time is different. I can code till like this time, but he can't because he needs to go to sleep. He can code at this time because I am fasting or I'm praying or something because I'm in school and he is already out of school or something. So time, place, it's like really difficult for us to manage. But I mean, we're here, so we're really grateful for that.
So basically, we have difficulties of like synchronizing ourselves. We have difficulties of communicating with each other.
Awesome, but I mean, you made it. It's the final showcase. You guys did incredible work. Thank you once again. You can take your bow and then exit onto stage right, and then let's carry on with the presentations. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Right, our next team coming up next from our Alliance partners, we've got KN2 Ratanga. Give a round of applause. Thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Ratanga. Stage is yours.
Yep. Hello.
Yes.
There we go. Cue the music.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon, honored judges and also participants. My name is Zidni, and this is Asha, Alvaro, and also Z. We are from Coding Next Team 1. We would like to share our project, which is Sherlock. As we know, Indonesia is a vast archipelago, home to over hundreds of mountains, especially volcanoes, and tens of thousands of peaks. Every year, almost millions of hikers explore to this mountain, making hiking in Indonesia not only just a hobby, but also a core pillar of Indonesia natural tourism identity.
Next.
But behind every breathtaking view, there is a story that doesn't always make it home.
Next. Next. Yeah, it's not working. Yep, there we go.
From the data from 2013 until 2024 shows that there's dozens of incidents happen in mountains like in Lawu, Marapi, Semeru, and also Rinjani.
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
Many of these incidents increase due to delayed information, unclear victim location, and also absence of communication networks, which led into difficulty finding the victims that is hypothermic, injured, lost, or extremely exhausted.
To solve this, we need a communication system that works independently without cellular network and will able to transmit precise location data even in a remote environment.
Yep, there we go.
And we are Ratanga.
Ratanga. Okay, please clap in front of it. Yep, go.
Today, we are going to present our project, Sherlock, Search and Rescue Long Range CubeSat.
Back, yes. There we go. Yep.
Yeah. So, Sherlock is a decentralized emergency communication system on helping search and rescue operations. Also, improving hiker safeness in isolated mountain regions.
Next. Okay. The Sherlock system is divided into 3 segments. Next. First, we have the user segment starting from the climber that is equipped with a PLB that operates independently of cellular signals. Along with the PLB is equipped with SOS function which can be detonated with a button or automatically through an IMU through a fall detection system. And then the data is sent uplink through the CubeSat segment where the data is received and stored until the ground station is within range. Now, when the ground station within range, it will be down transmitted into the ground station, into where it will be processed and analyzed, and then when there is an emergency, we can send rescue services and search and rescue signals. Now, next. Now, as you can see right here, we have as Python conclusions, simulations that we have run, we have concluded that with a 20% margin of the battery voltage up-down, we have the battery discharge projection right here. The end of mission will be around 29 days. Now over there is the fall detection machine analysis, where we have concluded the fall detection machine system to detect whether falls are accurate or not, and filtering out the noise from the data captured from hikers moving along or climbing. And then the signature spike, as you can see over there with the log G-force, the orange, which signals that there has been a fall and it has been detected. Now, from that fall detection alone, we have concluded with a false positive report of 1.44 false positives. Next.
All right, now by using the TAM, SUM, and SOM framework, we could see the potential of our market. As you can see here, the TAM, totally available market, it's about 1.1 million climber per year in Indonesia. Then there is the SAM, it is around 40% of the total climber that use the official routes so that we could track them. The SOM, which is 5% of the SAM, is our first stage of implementation potential, which is around 22,000 person or 22,000 users for the first year. Next, please. Now our system integrates the B2B operational model, as you can see here, with the operator as the base camp manager that will manage the hiking process and manage the distribution of the PLB to the hiker. And then the hiker will return it back when the hiking process is done. So that's why it is a deposit-based system. Next. For the probe itself, its cost is about 910,000 rupiah, or around how many dollars? $30, 40. Yeah. And let's say we implement into one mountain, which have 5 trails. It'll give a total of the revenue, which will be 1.8 billion, or around 1 million or more US dollar, which is crazy. Next, please. Now we have the financial projection for the first 6 to 12 months. As you can see here, the Sherlock possesses the revenue potential and probability required to sustain ongoing operations, which will contribute to the future support and maintenance, also development for the probe itself, which if we see here in the data, it's shown that if the growth is steady and consistent, it will show a very good potential for our system. Next. And this is our final product.
Future endeavors. Ratanga Sherlock is a scalable safety system designed to improve hiking safety across Indonesia's natural tourism areas. Next. Overall goals and impacts. Sherlock supports sustainable tourism, disaster preparedness, and human safety by bridging communication gaps in Indonesia's mountain for faster rescue and safer hiking. Within 6 to 12 months, Ratanga Sherlock aims for 95% SOS signal success without cellular network, 2 meter location accuracy, and 85% fall detection, enabling faster and more precise search and rescue. Because every signal is a second chance. That's all for our presentation. We are very open for questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, there won't be any questions from the ground, but there will be questions from me as an
Sure.
interview. So this is not any technical. Stand up front a little bit. They don't bite. Okay. First of all, we want to know you a little bit more. I know you showed yourself on the slides, but you guys are from Codingnex, an alliance partner as well.
Yeah.
So, what school are you from, and what's your name?
Oh, I'm Alvaro. I'm in Sekolah Murid Merdeka, in Sekolah and 9th grade. Yep.
My name is Z. I am from Pesantren Saintek Darul Hikam, 9th grade 2.
I am Asha Indra, sama Zita Mutakin, and I am from 32 Junior High School. Yep. South Jakarta.
Hello, my name is Zidni Manitias. I'm from SMA Pribadi Bandung. I'm 10th grader. Thank you.
So that's interesting. All of you are also from different schools. So I want to throw the same question I asked your other counterpart team, and I want to throw it back to you. Is there any issues and is there any challenges with communication with you guys?
Of course.
Yeah. Tell us more about it.
Sure. So maybe for the first issue, it's in the communication. Yeah. Because we are in different schools, and especially me and Zidni is in boarding, so sometimes we are unreachable. So it makes the process of developing is more limited and slow. Yeah. The second maybe.
second is the I think development of the products already can. So I think the development of the product is also something to blame of, which is around when making the design files for the PLB, which I reached out to Z first, and it was quite a bit of a challenge. So I had to intervene and made the CubeSat model, and that's probably it.
That's all.
But you guys seem very confident with each other. You guys go hiking a lot together?
Not yet, not yet.
In
I
Roblox.
hope so. Soon.
Well, it's high time you do.
Yeah.
But before you do that, please get Sherlock ready to use in case one of you gets lost.
Sure, of course.
All right.
We already have a customer.
Yeah.
Which
Well,
is siapa itu?
What?
Busdak. Pak
Oh,
Busdak. Iya, Kakak Busdak.
Kadar, yeah, yeah.
Oh, actually. Okay, once again, give a round of applause to Team Ratanga.
Thank
for
you
the
very
brilliant
much.
presentation. The exit onto your right. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Now, we will take a short break, but when we come back, we'll have the stage completely transformed and set up because we'll have an incredible discussion or sharing session from a distinguished VIP. We'll be right back after the break. See you. Students, please be at your booth at this time.
C, 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 A, C, C. Watching. C.
Can I have your attention, please? We are starting our next segment in the next 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So make your way down the aisle and grab a seat. We'll be kicking it off soon with our special segment. Thank you. Welcome back to all distinguished guests, students, parents. Welcome back to the Ascent finale here in Indonesia. Xin chào to our Vietnamese region as well. We hope you have enjoyed the long break. We had a little bit of time to explore some of the booths as well as speak to some of our distinguished guests. Right now, we'll conduct a special segment. It's going to be a discussion and sharing. I'd like to introduce the head of Research Center for Satellite Technology at the National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN Indonesia, to share his knowledge with Southeast Asia's space future. Please welcome Dr. Wahyudi Hasbi. A little bit of a introduction from Dr. Wahyudi Hasbi. Has a long list of accolades. He is the head of Research Center for Satellite Technology for National Research Innovation Agency of BRIN Indonesia. He got his doctorate in engineering from the in satellite systems from the Technische Universität Berlin in 2020, summa cum laude. Master of Science in Computer Science in IPB University in 2011, the Bachelor of Science in Physics as well. Member of the International Academy of Astronautics, IAA, senior member of the Institution of Electronics and Electrical Engineers, and a senior chair as well for a period of time. He's also the key contributor to Indonesia's micro and nano satellite programs, including missions such as Lapan Tupset, Lapan A2 or Orari, and Lapan A3 IPB. Dr. Hasbi, is there anything that you don't do?
So first of all, good afternoon, everyone. So really a pleasure, and thank you so much for Ascent to invite me to. This is the very best moment, I think, in my life, seeing all this event, because this is the first event that I've seen in my life in Indonesia, and it is done by young students. So congratulate to you anyway. So it's great.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. When I talked to Miras from Aero in Kazakhstan, we were talking about like their academic curriculum being or having the space technology or space science being included in their curriculum. And I realized Southeast Asia is a growing nation. It's going to be the next up-and-coming region, and we don't have that over here. So this is all we are going to be discussing about. For all of you guys on the floor today, if you have any questions, now is the time to ask as well. So later on, we'll open it up to the floor in Indonesia. And also, those of you guys who are watching in Vietnam, who might have questions about the future of space tech, or space industry, or the landscape of space science, might be able to ask questions as well. So I've got the text on my phone all ready for you. So we are going to be starting off and kicking off this sharing session, or a small little discussion we have over here. And the theme will be Building Southeast Asia's Space Future, Bridging the Gap Between Academia and Industry. And I want to ask you first, Dr. Hasbi, what does the future of space tech look like in Southeast Asia?
Very good question. So yeah, if we see what happens in Southeast Asia now, for space tech especially, it's growing very fast. And you know, in Indonesia itself, we established our space law in 2013. So it's space law number 21 in 2013. And it's allow us to develop space technology in Indonesia. And then furthermore, the other country in Asia, especially in Asia, in Southeast Asia, also follow the same thing, like in Philippines, in Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia. They are also growing quite fast, right? And the reason why space technology is very important for Southeast Asia, because we cannot rely on terrestrial technology only. Of course, there is no technology can solve all problem, right? But you need one technology which is very efficient and optimized for your purpose, right? And then this is happens in Southeast Asia. For Indonesia, we have 17,000 islands, and for you to remember, in 1976, Indonesia became the third country in the world using space technology. After United States, Canada, then become Indonesia. And that's the first time we use a domestic communication satellite in 1976. So it's always coming until now. And then in 1960, in Indonesia itself, LAPAN or Indonesian Space Agency is already developed. And in 1970, we start to use remote sensing satellite to use for Indonesia to monitor our island and so on. Of course, you cannot monitor 17,000 islands by using a drone, for example. You need one big technology so that you can manage everything. And then another things why space tech is very important for Southeast Asia, because we are also prone to disaster, right? You can imagine all this disaster happening in November. It's not happens only in Indonesia, but it's also happened in Sri Lanka, in Philippines with typhoon and so on. So that's why we need reliable technology, and one of the reliable technology is satellite technology, and this is space technology. And maybe you just, if you read the news last month ago, even country like Singapore, they established a space agency, and it will be effective in April this year. So everything is growing fast, and Thailand already launched several satellites. We are Indonesia, we launched already 3 satellites already, and then we will launch one more, I believe, if there is no other. Okay. So we will launch one more satellite like early next year or end of this year. So Southeast Asia is growing, especially in space technology. And you also have to remember that based on the World Economic Forum analysis, so they said that the space economy will grow like 1.7 trillion US dollar. So it's a huge economy there. So it's brighter future, and you can see now in all over the world now, everybody wants to go to the space, right? Especially after Elon Musk make rockets that re-entry, so everybody wants to go there.
Yeah, I know about the Singapore Office of Space Science and Technology. When that was brought up, I was really excited because I wanted to see a space agency being built up in Singapore, trying to push the innovation space and sector. I know they're already partnering up with the National University of Singapore on that because I'm Singaporean and keeping up with the news. But you talked a lot about pushing up satellites into space and using satellites for geospatial communications, especially with Indonesia having multiple 70,000 islands or so. And I've seen some of the students' projects as well, working on tracking the geospatial context of Indonesia. The satellite orbit or low Earth orbit is getting really packed. And the question is, what is the trajectory of space technology right now? Is there another way to curb these kinds of problems, and what's being researched?
Oh yeah, this is also very interesting question now, because as in other podcast that I have with other newspaper, it's been there are more than 1 million satellite already been filing in ITU. I also support ITU because I also work for satellite regulation there, so I know. Can you imagine 1 million satellite in space? And of course, now everybody worry about re-entry problem, because when the satellite is finished, they have to, if they are in low Earth orbit, so they have to going back to the Earth, right? And then when they going back to the Earth, the material will be finished by the atmosphere. And now even there are some research mentioned that because of this lot of re-entry now in our Earth, there are accumulating of aluminum particle in our atmosphere, and then it may growing, right? If it is really more like 1 million satellite in space. On the other hand, if you have a geo satellite, then of course, if it is geo satellite, then the satellite will not going to the Earth, but it will go to the other space. There are what we call as there is another orbit for a dead satellite, like in 38,000 kilometers. So they will go up because they will not disturb the 36,000 kilometer area. This is okay, but this 1 million covering your Earth, and there is another effect. Can you imagine one debris like this? Yeah, and the speed is like 7.8 kilometer per second. It's even faster than the bullets, right?
Yeah.
Then that's why when one country make anti-missile, anti-satellite missile testing, everybody scary about it, because when it's become very small particle with the speed like that, it's very, very dangerous. Maybe if something happen with that, maybe in future you cannot go to space anymore, because the Earth is covering by the debris. So this is something that now is become concern. But of course, then there are so many regulations now. For example, there are regulation that if your satellite finished, then you have to make it down after 25 years in orbit. And even then, now they are also another startup. So this also create another economy, you know. They make another startup. So there is a startup that the function only to collect the garbage of space. And they are got billions of investment. Because can you imagine if 1 million there flying over there, and then okay, somebody wants, can you collect that debris and send it down, because I want to launch one more million, for example. So this create another economy. And of course, because now you can imagine, like Elon Musk already sent 10,000 in space, right? And one very good things that you also can imagine. Now Elon Musk developed the rocket that can go and re-entry, right? And now he increased the capacity up to 200 ton at one goal. You can imagine, so one satellite, one rocket can carry more than 200 satellite at one fly, with the weight of 1 ton satellite. If you compare with other rockets, mostly they are like 10 tons, but this one is 200 tons. And the goal is to launch more and more satellite in space, and to make the economy or the value of the launching cost is down. Now the launching cost is very expensive. Last time it's like $40,000 per kilogram, and now it's going down to $10,000 per kilogram. And you know how low the goal is? With this big rocket, they want to decrease it like $500 per kilos. So you can send more and more satellite on board, right? So last time when 1970, if you see the astronaut, they are not big like me. They might be small person, because the weight means a lot, right? So because of they need more energy to space. So yeah, this will happen.
Yeah, I think it's really exciting. You know, in the advent of AI and how fast technology is evolving, I think all of you don't really understand the gravity of how fast this is going. If we are able to reduce the cost of load to $500 per mission, per kilogram per mission, it will accelerate so much research and development to new materials, new elements in space. They're all not really seen now. Private companies will be able to launch so much more. And speaking about startups, what is sort of like the industry landscape that you have here in Indonesia in this context?
Ah, this very good question as well, because if you mention about startup for space, you can count it. Not many. Not many. I have one mentee, I can say that. He graduated from NUS and he continued his master degree in MIT, and now he already back to Indonesia, and then he asked me, Pak Yudi, if I want to make a space startup, which area I have to go? And then what is your plan? And he said, I want to make a satellite first, because he already developed satellite in NUS too. Then I said, yeah, you can continue for surfing the maritime, because Indonesia, we have a lot, 70% of the ocean, right? And then he developed now his company, and he told me last 2 months ago that he reached 10 million first time, 10 billion, sorry, rupiah already. So it's quite fascinating, because nobody else doing that in Indonesia. So now it's open for you.
It's all untouched, untapped.
Yes, yes. And you know, so this really open, because Indonesia there is nobody doing that. It's very, very, very rare. So I'm really excited when I going around and I say, oh my God, this is the future of our country. You are here. So really, really excited for me. And then because now I can imagine that you can not only doing the satellite itself, but you can also manage all the data, making the data become information, and you serving the people, use it for all the problems that we have so far, and you guys already show all the problems that we have, right? So you know all the problems, and you try to solve it by the satellite technology. One more thing about AI. AI now going to space too. Even then, now we are we have a cooperation with one company that we are developing the algorithm, and this AI algorithm that we will send it to their satellite. So later on, their satellite not send the picture, but only text of information. For example, if we want to detect the ship, right? Usually we will download the data and we see, oh yeah, the ship is here, it's located in Latlong, blah, blah, blah. But in future, no more. And you know why is that? Because sending the data to the ground is very tough now. Because when the camera become very high resolution, like 0.5 meters or 0.3 meter resolution, then you need like 1.5 gigabit per second. And the problem is spectrum. You have limited spectrum. That's the reason why some of the satellite operators try to use laser, because they can download the data with 10 gigabit per second. And no regulation yet for that, but the problem for laser is the cloud, right? So this is all the problem. And now because AI is coming up. And can you, if you remember last 3 weeks ago, Elon Musk said, I plan to launch 1 million satellite in space for cloud and AI. And you know why? Because it's cheaper compared with developing a cloud database here in the earth, because you need to release all the heat. And in space,
it's cold.
It's cold. You have all the sky to cool your system.
Well, before we get into the question and answer portion of this, I do have one more question to ask you. What is one advice you can give to the students sitting here today who are interested in space technology and engineering? What's the one advice that you can give them?
Okay, so as you know, space technology is multidisciplinary technology, right? So don't focus only, okay, I want to learn about aerospace technology. No, you can become electronics engineer, you can become computer science, you can become mechanical engineers, because all this will be used by space technology anyway. It's because we are working in multidisciplinary jobs, right? And then, so I really suggest you to go through that. And okay, now AI become to the picture, data science as well, so you can go into that direction too, and you can still join the space technology because the ecosystem is really large, right? So choose one of those and go ahead with that. And keep in mind that in Indonesia we don't have many startup yet, and come back later, right? And to support you, we are in BRIN. We have 100 scholarship every year.
I hope you guys are taking down notes. This is important.
And you know, if you go to LPDP website, you can find that there is a very there is one items mentioned that LPDP targeted for research, and it's only for and it's only covering 4 areas: maritime, nuclear, space, and the other one, right? So only 4, and space is the other things that I really encourage you to go with that. And the scholarship, okay, if some of you still in high school now, please proceed to your bachelor. Then after you bachelor, you come to me. Yeah, really. And then we will see your talent. And if you are very good talent, we will recommend you to this LPDP targeted, and you can choose several university, the top of the top for space in the world. Like in US, you can choose like MIT, for example. You can choose Colorado Boulder, Michigan University. And in Germany, like my school, like Technical University of Berlin or Technical of München, or in Netherlands, like Delft University, or also in some of those in China too. So you have several schools that you can select for your PhD. And by the way, this is a fast-track PhD, yeah? So if the school offering you fast-track PhD because you are really smart, then don't worry. You can get the scholarship from us, from LPDP. And this 100 items every year, 100 scholarship. And can you imagine how many scholarship already been given every year now for space? Who want to guess that? How many? 200 participants. So you mean I have to select one of 2, right? Any other want to guess how many participants? Yeah. 30. Okay. Do you want to know the fact? 0.
So if all of you apply today and get into your bachelor's, you get into his program. How insane is that? Dr. Hasbi, I'm afraid you'll be swarmed later when you get off the stage.
Yes, really. 0. So you have a lot of opportunity, and government through BRIN will support you. Only one thing, become a smart talent, right? Go with your goal, focus on your goal, and go ahead.
Wow. Just wow. I wish I had this opportunity when I was a
That's true.
student.
That's true.
Yeah.
When we are young like that,
We know.
it's very tough, you know.
It is.
But now space is open, but nobody wants to go there. It's a shame, right? And we know that we know that we need space. So we need you.
One
Right.
quick question: will the students in Vietnam be open to applying for this
Okay.
scholarship?
Yeah, but anyway, in other university there are also a lot of scholarship, but especially for in Indonesia, we mentioned this space having his own scholarship, only for space.
Well, that is a lot to soak in. And I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions as well. So right now, we'll open it up to the floor. We'll start first with Indonesia. Does anyone have any questions you'd like to ask Dr. Hasbi? Now's your chance. Just raise up your hand, and my assistants will pass the mic over to you. So we have one at the corner. You can introduce your name and what school you're from to Dr. Hasbi, and then ask your question.
Thank you for the opportunity. Hello, everyone. Hello, doctor. My name is Dennis. I'm from SMA Negeri 3 Medan. This is a very amazing opportunity, but I do have one question. You mentioned that even though there are many opportunities today for students in Indonesia to make their chances or study in the space programs, but literally 0 people applied. And I want to ask, what do you think is the biggest reason of why not many people in Indonesia are interested? Because I myself, and I'm sure a lot of people here, are very interested in the space programs. So thank you.
Okay, my direct answer, right? Because I thought, no, I don't know, maybe this is a generation gap or whatever, but it seems that some of you or most of you don't like to think too much. Space is hard, you know, right? Space is hard. Can you imagine how you make how you design the complex CubeSat in very small pieces, and you have to put everything inside? It's tough, right? And most of us don't like to go to the tough one. So, but of course, and then we say, okay, space is not for everyone, maybe. It's only for talented one. But of course, we have to open the space for them, right? Because 280 people of Indonesian, or more than 500 million people in Southeast Asia, or in Asia, there are some people really wants to go for space education. So we have to open this opportunity. So yeah, and I also previously once of the member board of higher education of Indonesia under the Ministry of Higher Education, and then within 5 years, if you check the demand for tough, like hardcore subject like what, electronics, physics, mathematics, it's declined. But the computer science is growing up, right? When I asked our friend in NUS in Singapore, they also say the same thing. But now they said, okay, now computer science is declined too, because now AI is coming up, right? So this is all about the jobs, but now we say the space will be a new demand. So now in your age, this is your chance.
Very exciting. Actually, a super exciting opportunity for all of the students over here. But it reminds me of one quote. Like, if I say something's easy, like I would say it's easy. It's not like it's rocket science.
Yes,
right?
it's not rocket science. It's better to play in the TikTok or Instagram, getting money, easy money, you know.
There's a lot more streamers now than people actually working on space. Okay, well, thank you very much for that question.
Thank you.
We have time for one more question from the floor. If there's anyone?
Hello. My name is Adrian. I'm from ID7, from Semporn Academy Avenue. I'd like to ask a question. So earlier you mentioned about the satellites in low Earth orbit. They're going to be, since they're using higher quality photos, you mentioned that there's going to be like a really, really high bit rate. as well as mentioning that the transmission, the bandwidth for transmission is getting increasingly restricted. So what do you suppose since there's many satellites in low Earth orbit, how would we, like as high school students, most of us are like really young, how would we be able to compete in putting our satellites up into space if we wanted to use like a similar bandwidth? Considering that I saw many of our satellites that are using like LoRa modulation and whatnot. So how would we as high school students be able to like compete against like the really well invested ones like from America or from a lot of Western countries? So how would we go up against it, as well as, yeah, do you have any solutions?
This very tough question to be answered. You know why? Because in International Telecommunication Union, the body of United Nations who regulate the orbit and spectrum, they have the principle. They call it first in, first serve. But no worry. If you only use the spectrum all over Indonesia, then you don't need to talk with other country. You talk only with ComDigi. And if ComDigi say, okay, it's okay, you can use this spectrum for your satellite, then it's okay. We call it geographical separation. And usually it's okay. But if you say, oh, I want to serve Southeast Asia, then you have a problem. Because then you need to coordinate or to get license from all this country first. Then only you can serve them. Also, the other country satellite, if they want to serve Indonesia, they have to get what they call as landing right. So they have to communicate, get the license from ComDigi first, then they will be allowed. But then to your question, then how can I use the spectrum if there are so many competition already there? As I mentioned to you, there are several spectrum that can be used for students. Usually they use amateur radio class spectrum, which is of course is free. You just coordinate with amateur radio. Basically, I'm also amateur radio, so I know this. So it's also free, and lot of experiment you can do for free there. You can use the spectrum and so on and so on. So yeah, and that's the reason why. So the door is not closed; it's still open but limited. Because you know, spectrum anyway is a big money too, and all these companies really going into this direction. Yeah, but anyway, we spare them for experiment, for amateur, for young people like you to make your mission anyway. So don't worry, it's still open. If you still have problem, you come to me, then I will help you to solve it.
That was a very interesting outlook in the way we are approaching space technology as well. Okay, we do have one question from Vietnam, and I do want to put this onto you as well. What do you think about the state of cross-collaboration between Vietnam and Indonesia or other regions in Southeast Asia for space science missions, or in academia or in industry? What is the outlook with collaborations?
Yeah, this very good question from our friends in Vietnam. I know that Vietnam also growing quite fast. They have several satellites in space too. And then yeah, if we look whether in Asia we have good collaboration so far, mostly in data sharing. Data sharing, yes, we do have a cooperation. Like last time when there are forest fire in Vietnam, they request us whether our satellite can take the image of the forest fire in Vietnam. So we took the image and we send it to them, and they make their own analysis for that. So in this data sharing, we do have collaboration, and it is quite good. But for asset, like making a satellite together, this is still not really open. I mean, maybe we need to create this collaboration more on that too, right? To share the responsibility between the countries, for example, especially because we have ASEAN, and of course through ASEAN countries, I also already try to push this direction, but so far it's not really there anyway. But for data science, data sharing, we do have this collaboration. But I don't think it's closed. It's still open, of course. For example, right now we have discussion with Thailand because they also want to develop the satellite for the student for the university. And yeah, this is still open. And also you, of course, because you are young student, you can have more friends and yeah, create a network. But don't worry if some of your friends in other country asking you whether you have a laboratory to test all this equipment, please say yes, because we do have. You can come to BRIN. Oh yeah, by the way, I also would like to invite you all, if possible, all the participants to come to our center, the Satellite Technology Center, to see the laboratory and talk with our engineers. And you can have more influence, right?
That is what I like to hear. Big
Yeah.
opportunities.
Sure.
Yeah.
I love to work with all the young people, you know.
Well, we'll make that come true. We'll work with our partners and we'll try to work something out for all of the participants, even those who are not here watching on stream as well. Thank you so very much. Here's to making, space technology or the space future start first with Indonesia. And yeah, do you have any last words you want to say to the crowd here?
Yeah, so again, thank you so much for this opportunity to meet you directly. So it's also really engaging for me because now I am quite happy. I can see the future of Indonesians, young students also in Vietnam and in other country. So it seems that we'll have a new generation who will replace us very soon, right? So we need all of you. And even then, I really love because you like space. You know, when I was kid like you, I want to only become a Pak Habibie, you know, making a plane, right? Why? You know, because plane is always when one plane wants to landing, this plane always come above my head, so I always look up, and somehow I managed to have a space technology. So now you even more than me, you even thinking directly to the space, not step by step to the plane first, right? So thank you so much. So and then be great, be positive, and then just make a focus, and don't worry that you don't have a senior. You can have a mentor in Indonesia because we already launched 3 satellites. We struggle all the way. We know the problem is. And if you have something that you want to know more, just come to us and we will help you. So, you know, we already opened our door for you to come to our center. We have the opportunity for scholarship. So what else do you need? I think that's all, right? That's all we open for you. So, yeah, be great. Okay, thank you.
That is so much to give to them. One more round of applause to Dr. Hasbi for joining us here today. And before you leave, we also have a token of appreciation that we'd like to give you. May I invite up on stage 2 very important people, the CEO of TGC, or the Global Citizen Education Group, Mr. Jarrett Yo, up on stage to give the token of appreciation. And also the VP of Products, Mr. Abdallah Sudardin Khan, up on stage for the photo taking as well. One more round of applause for Dr. Wahyudi Hasbi. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, Mr. Hasby will be here until 4 o'clock. So if you want to, you gotta catch him quick. And try to get his name card, or try to, if you ever have your name card in your pocket, please, now's the best time. But, you know, it's gonna be tough to find time to do that because now is the moment of truth. The moment we reveal the champions of all 3 regions. We'll start first with our Alliance champion. I just got the results earlier on. So I was kept in the dark all the way through until just now. So it was frantic a little bit. Oh wait, no. We're gonna start off first with our creative exhibitor before the other awards. And this is only unique to Indonesia. And this is quite interesting as well. So yeah, I've got the awards for the creative exhibitor. Everything's all ready. Before we go into the actual champions list, we have a special award. This award is the Creative Exhibitor, which recognizes and acknowledges the team with the best set up booth with the most effort as well. And not only the top 5 will be able to receive it, everyone over here. The Creative Exhibitor Award goes to ID 15, Shwara. Please stand up and go to the side of the stage. So we had hidden judges going all around the exhibitions today, and finally looking at all of the different booths, all of the different demos that have been set up. And from the judges, that ID 15 Shwara has created and developed a really good workable cube set that they've brought here today, and they really wanted to get them to demo it to the rest of us, and this is the time for you guys to do that. So I'm gonna get you stand on the center of the stage. We'll get a little bit of interview from you guys first before we continue. Now they're gonna swap people. They don't need to be shy, I don't bite. Okay. So while your teammate is walking here, maybe introduce yourselves, your team, and what your project is all about.
Let me introduce myself. My name is.
Maybe your full name and what school you're here to represent.
My full name is Dia Muhammad Abrar, and I'm from Global Islamic School 2 Serpong.
My name is Miftahul Rizky. You can call me Miftah.
My name is Muhammad Arkan. You can call me Arkan.
What school are you from to represent again?
Global Islamic School 2 Serpong.
Test. Okay, a little bit of a tech difficulty there, but hopefully there won't be any tech difficulties. And you see that little segue right there for their little demo over here. Before we start, what are we looking at? What problem? What your project is, and let us know what your demo is all about.
So. Hello. So this is my prototype of 1U CubeSat. So here we got the
This should be better.
Alright, so this is the layer 1. So this is the CubeSat's computer, and we also got storage here and the IMU. Unfortunately, I haven't assembled the IMU yet, and the barometer. Here we got the LoRa, and the GPS. And just gonna disassemble. So we got the polymide controller, and this is a MOSFET and a real-time clock and step downs and some DC current sensor. And here we got the ground station. So here we got the ground station. We're using Raspberry Pi 022 watt, and we got the tracker. Can turn it off. So here we got tracker, the LoRa and GPS, and the antennas, batteries, etc. Yeah, that's it.
Do you want to show and demo how it works? Maybe how the CubeSat connects to the ground station?
So the CubeSat connects to the ground station through 450 megahertz, and the tracker connects through 433 megahertz. But unfortunately, it's disabled right now. But yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Give a round of applause to ID15 Shuara for the Creative Exhibitor Award. Let me take your lead on stage right. Thank you very much. Now, the moment of truth for real. This is the time we crown our champions, the champions of 3 regions. We'll start first with our Alliance champions. I'd like to invite VP of Products for Coding Next Indonesia, Abdallah Sudardin Khan, up on stage to give out the prize for the Alliance champions. Abdallah Sudardin, please. Okay, for the champion of the Alliance partners, give it up for Ratanga! Please come up on stage from the right side of the stage. Congratulations. Our Alliance champions will be representing our Alliance partners over in Kazakhstan for the Aero Satellite Launch Competition for International Space Day. Yeah. When I call your name, come on up and receive your prize, your certificate. Oh, you're not ready. They're stumped, they don't know. Oh, they're ready. All right, you gotta walk in, smile at the cameras. This is your time to shine. Give it up once again for Ratanga. From Team Ratanga, Ashindra Salman Zidna. You guys are gonna butcher me after this. Zidni Ilman. Asan Zaki. Alvaro Danish. Dr. Hasbi? Dr. Hasbi, Abdallah wants you up on stage for the photo as well for the champions. Yeah. Again, congratulations to Team Ratanga for achieving the Alliance Champion Awards. And right now, moment that the rest of you have been waiting for. Before we jump straight into the Indonesia champions, we'll be giving out the 4 special commendation prizes for the rest of the top 5, and then the champion. So you kind of know who is going to be the champion once you get the second to last prize. But to give out the prizes, I'd like to invite up on stage the CEO of the Global Citizen Education Group, Jared Yo, up on stage, please. Can all the top 5 teams please prepare yourselves on the right side of the stage as well, please? We'll start off first with the special category awards. The award for creative design goes to ID8 Tokusatsu. And unfortunately, Tokusatsu is not able to be here today, so we'll give them their certificates later on. Next, the award for social impact goes to ID18 Aerosync. Huge congratulations to Aerosync for the social impact award. Up next, Technical Excellence Award goes to ID7 Flood. Next up, now there's only 2 teams left, but we're gonna talk about the Scientific Discovery Award. So whoever doesn't get named, you know who it is. The Scientific Discovery Award goes to... Long dramatic pause right here. Teams are anxious. ID12, Akagard. And your champion of the first Ascend 2026 here in Indonesia will go to none other than Room 619, ID 13. Welcome up on stage. Huge congratulations to all the top 5 finalists. None other than Room 619 will be representing Indonesia, heading over to Astana, Kazakhstan to build and launch their satellite design. May we also invite Dr. Hasbi to come up to take a picture of the champions? And can we get Coding Next to also prepare to come up, and then we get a picture with all the Indonesian champions as well? Can we get the Alliance champion ready to come up? Okay, can we get the champion from the Alliance champion up on stage? Sorry, excuse, don't go anywhere. We have more photos coming our way. Yeah. Come on, come on. Squeeze in, squeeze in. Yeah, squeeze in. His hands are actually shaking. Oh man. Yeah. Finally, can we get all the finalists to come up, those with the Creative Special Awards as well? So the Creative Exhibition, you come up as well, take your picture with all of them. Thank you to all the winners. I know this stage is really very crowded, and we're already at a culmination of what's happening in Indonesia. For relief, want to find out what's happening in Vietnam. June, take it away.
Congratulations, VN3 Cuptip. Okay, thank you very much. And now, the next award for social impact goes to VN2 Fat Sentinels. VN2, please come on the stage. VN2, please come on the stage, guys. Congratulations. Congratulations, guys. The next award for technical excellence goes to VN11 Amcentra. Congratulations. Please go on the stage, guys. Thank you so much. And the next award for scientific discovery goes to VN6. Congratulations, guys. Thank you very much. Congratulations to the all special awards recipients. And now is the most anticipated moment of today. The Vietnam champion of ASEAN 2026, who will be flying to Kazakhstan to build and launch the satellite, goes to VN9 Orbit Drip. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations to our champion. Okay, so thank you, VN9. We'll now invite the rest of our participants up on the stage to receive the certificate of finalists and certificate of participation. So I will call your name and please get on the stage to receive the certificate, okay? Okay. Can we have VN2? VN2, please go on the stage. Okay, thank you guys. Can we have VN3 go on the stage? VN3. Can we have VN4 on the stage? VN4. Come on, guys. Can we have VN6 back on the stage? VN6. Alright, can we have VN9 back on the stage for the finalist certificate? VN9. Thank you very much. Can we have VN11 on the stage? VN11. Alright, thank you guys. And last but not least, can we have VN5 Soviet on the stage? VN5, please go on the stage. Thank you. Alright, thank you guys. So now it will be the group photo section, then can we call it a day? So now please listen to the guideline from the media team for the group photo. So can we have all the group move to the top of the stage? Can have two teams. Okay.
Yeah, we're good. I'm definitely gonna bug you. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow for the champions briefing. I'll see you. Thank you. Let's close this off proper. I like to say one quote when it comes to space. It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. And today, students have shown that they are the future. They create the future to infinity and beyond. This is Ryan signing out.